Good evening. Let's call to order the special meeting, closed session of October 28th, 2025 at 4:30. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. The council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to agenda items being considered by council. If speakers' comments are not related to the agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. The speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreement with the content of the speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the closed session, regular meeting will begin at 7 p.m., followed by joint meeting with the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the regular and joint meetings. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Saul.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros. Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Councilmember Lay. 5 present with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Okay. Councilmember Lay is excused, and Councilmember Cisneros is excused. Absence. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address the council on closed session items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers have 1 minute to speak. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on the items?
No, Vice Mayor, no one in person and no people remote have indicated desire to speak on the closed session items.
Okay. So I will close public comment. Council will now adjourn to closed session. See you back at 7 p.m. Okay, that was easy.
Good evening. Let's call to order the council meeting of October 28th, 2025 at 7 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council for calendar items or public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for that specific item, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city website and on the council meeting agenda. First, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros, Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay, 5 present with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And for the record, those are excused absences. Next, Vice Mayor, may we please have our closed session report?
The city council met in closed session on the following items: California Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, name of case, Esmeralda Barcero Orcha and Francisco Perez Mondrango, individually and as is. Co-successors in the interest to the estate of Emmanuel Perez Barcero versus City of Sunnyvale. Kevin Lemos, U.S. District Case, Northern District, Case number 525, CV 00712. Nothing to report. And California Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with legal negotiators, agency designated representatives, Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources, Employee Organization, Public Safety Managers Association, PSMA, and Communication Officer Association, COA. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Next, we have several special orders of the day. Actually, one special order of the day. Let me come up to the lectern. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a special recognition. I'd like our guest, Sabina Singh, client advocate for Maitree, to join us, to join me at the lectern. Come forward. Thank you. October is widely recognized as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This recognition launched nationwide in October of 1987 to connect individuals and organizations working on domestic violence issues, all while raising awareness. Sunnyvale received 284 domestic violence-related calls this year through September 30th alone. More than one call a day on average. Nationwide, that skyrockets to about 20,800 phone calls placed to domestic violence hotlines on a typical day. And domestic violence accounts for 15% of all violent crime. Domestic violence affects not only victims, but their children, their families, and friends. It knows no economic, racial, gender, educational, religious, or societal barriers. Maitri is a free, confidential, nonprofit organization based in the San Francisco Bay Area that primarily helps families and individuals from South Asia facing domestic violence, emotional abuse, cultural alienation, or family conflict. As a multi-service organization, they offer an array of programs including a helpline, legal advocacy, housing, outreach and prevention, economic and financial training and workshops, and policy advocacy. Sabina, would you like to say a few words on today?
Thank you for that introduction.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Sabina Singh, as the mayor said. I have been a resident of Sunnyvale since 2010. I stand before you as an advocate for survivors of domestic violence, commemorating Domestic Violence Awareness Month and representing Maitri, an organization devoted to serving survivors in our community since 1991. Domestic violence is a pervasive epidemic affecting 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men in the United States, without regard to culture, religion, sexual orientation, financial status, or immigration realities. In California, rates remain above the national average, with 124 domestic violence-related homicides reported last year, 93 of whom were women. Behind each number are families, children forced to witness and experience trauma, and parents grappling with choices that often lead to homelessness and loss of community support. For many survivors, leaving an abusive situation may mean uprooting children from their schools, losing their social networks, and relocating to areas that are more affordable, but potentially far from the trusted support systems that help them weather crises. Housing and employment challenges are persistent barriers. The cost of safety can be isolation from everything familiar, making recovery all the more difficult. Last year, Maitri provided culturally responsive services to 814 individuals in our region, and Santa Clara County supported more than 8,000 survivors. We are proud of these efforts and grateful for the support already extended, but the need for comprehensive trauma-informed plan is urgent. So tonight I ask, what else can we do as a city to ensure a truly trauma-informed approach for survivors in Sunnyvale? How do we go beyond crisis response to create pathways for safe housing, meaningful employment, and the chance for families to heal and rebuild within their own communities? We encourage you to strengthen partnerships with local organizations like ours to co-design solutions with survivors at the center. Support policies addressing pay equity, affordable housing, and intersectional barriers tied to domestic violence and homelessness. Invest in cultural responsiveness and language access at every city facility, and include trauma-informed practices across all city services. Uplift the voices of underrepresented groups who are often left out of the decision-making spaces. Thank you for your leadership. All of us at Maitri are eager to continue working with you and our community to support those facing domestic violence and to build safer futures for all of our families.
Sabina, thank you for all the work that you do and Maitri volunteers do within our community. You know, And this is that partnering with our community to combat violence in all of its forms is a noble cause. So thank you for what you're doing. It's my pleasure to proclaim the month of October 2026 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next up is oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address council on topics not listed on the agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes or may be extended or continued after general business section of the meeting. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows council to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have several speaker cards. First up is Zach K., followed by Charlene L.
You know, we are 3 days and a bit away from the start of November, and there aren't any regular council meetings shown as scheduled for the month. Per the city charter, section 611, the council is required to hold 2 regularly scheduled meetings each month, a requirement and practice that is far from new. The meeting regularity was one of the things the council-appointed charter review committee was asked by council to look at softening. A subcommittee was formed to investigate the matter. They did analysis and research, generating a written report and presentation to the full body. Their conclusion, leave it alone. The subcommittee's position was adopted by the full body unanimously with the 8 present. I guess the Charter Review Committee could still change its thinking. A cynical mind could look at present November's regularly scheduled meeting schedule, or should I say lack thereof, and think it might be something other than late planning. What better way to sway the electorate, perhaps the committee, than 1 or 2 pointless council meetings held to satisfy the charter? Hopefully, it's just a matter of the regular, meaningful November council meetings getting surfaced on Legistar, not poor planning or deliberate planning. See you in November, presumably. Happy Halloween.
Thank you, Zach. And just for your note, if you take a look at the TC MAC on the Legistar page,
Right.
you'll see all the upcoming meetings. So we're moving on.
But by now, shouldn't it be on the normal?
It is, no, not necessarily. Because we only post those a week ahead. So
Mayor, David Kernahan, City Clerk, if I could interject. So our Legistar page does list meetings in 2 different ways. The upcoming meeting section lists the next meeting for each meeting body. So even if there's 2 council meetings in the same week, you'll only see the next upcoming one. If you go further down and look at either next week, this week, next month, it'll list all the meetings. Council does have a minimum of 2 regular meetings scheduled now out through March of 2026. And at their next meeting next regular meeting, November 4th, they'll be looking at dates further out.
That's the bottom of the screen. It's a split screen. The top part of the screen is usually showing a month view.
Correct. So the top part that is upcoming meetings shows the next meeting for each meeting body.
Oh, only the next?
Correct. So if you want to step over here, I can give you a quick intro once I get the next
Okay, I
speaker's
could swear I've seen
presentation
it
up.
before, but yeah, I will. Thank you.
thank you. And you can always refer to the TC MAC at the top of the page, which lists all the regular meetings up until next March, so the full agenda. Thank you. Next up is Charlene L. followed by REF. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Charlene Liu, and I am speaking for Sunnyvale Safe Streets. Tonight, we will continue our short course on Hollenbeck with topic 6, a comparison of option 1 and option 2. We will conclude that option 1 will make Hollenbeck the most comfortable bike facility in all of South Sunnyvale. Option 2, however, will continue the dangerous and substandard bike facilities that Sunnyvale has been building, and it will not help us reach our city goals. Option 1 will cause significant mode share change from cars to bikes. Option 2 will not. Let's first review the previous 5 topics. In topic 1, we showed that there is no need for on-street parking on Hollenbeck based on city data and our driveway data. Topic 2 focused on option 2 with its many safety hazards, narrow, unbuffered door zone bike lanes, making it dangerous, especially for children. In topic 3, we presented our findings from our door-to-door canvassing of the area surrounding Hollenbeck. We found that 58% of residents support option 1, and only 5% were against it. Topic 4 was a crash analysis showing that Mary and Sunnyvale Saratoga, with their option 2 style bike lanes, have on average a crash almost every 2 months. In topic 5, we presented precedents on Maud and Sunnyvale Avenue. These 2 roads had far more street parking usage than Hollenbeck, yet the city removed parking to install bike lanes. Now we have safe bike lanes on 2 major corridors in Sunnyvale, and we have no parking apocalypse as previously feared. Tonight, we present topic 6, a comparison of option 1 and 2. Option 1 is safe, but option 2 is not. Option 1 features buffered bike lanes and the removal of all parking. Option 2 retains a parking lane on one side of the street, causing the bike lanes to become unbuffered, narrow, and in the door zone. Both options 2A and 2B have these hazards and are dangerous. Option 1 is the only safe option. This photo of Duane Avenue shows what option 1 will look like. The wide bike lane and wide buffer allow space for human error, consistent with the city's Vision Zero guidance. No parking means no door zone, allowing people to bike without fear of crashing into a car door. Sunnyvale Avenue is another example of an option 1 design: wide buffers, wide bike lanes, and no street parking. By removing parked cars, option 1 removes blind spots for everybody. It will allow drivers backing out of driveways to see cars coming from afar. It will increase visibility for pedestrians crossing the street. It will allow cyclists crossing intersections to see cross traffic coming from far away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is REF, followed by Marie V.
Hello, I'm Ari. I'm a transportation engineer and planner. Option 1 will reduce speeds. Currently, Hollenbeck barely has any cars parked on it, which makes the traffic lanes essentially 20 feet wide. With option 1, it will reduce the travel width to 10 to 11 feet. And studies show that when we reduce the lane widths, the vehicles speed less. Option 1 also works the best for future traffic calming measures. According to Sunnyvale's traffic calming toolbox, collectors such as Hollenbeck are eligible for traffic circles, bulb outs, chicanes, and chokers. I want to spend a moment to highlight chokers. Chokers work by placing vertical infrastructure, such as bollards, adjacent to the vehicle lane. When drivers see this hazard, they slow down. Chokers work well because with option 1, they can be placed directly in the buffer. They can be built quickly and even just a few $100s each. Chokers can then be placed along several locations on Hollenbeck mid-block, making them extremely effective. Additionally, the buffered bike lanes could be eventually upgraded to protected bike lanes as a separate project. This would have an even greater traffic calming effect. Unfortunately, these traffic calming measures that I just discussed do not work for options 2A or 2B. Ultimately, option 1 is the only choice that leads to both safe bike lanes and effective traffic calming measures. Option 2 lacks the safety features of option 1. Meanwhile, it introduces several serious hazards. It will create door zones. They are very narrowed, unbuffered, and they can potentially be blocked by cars. When we design our streets, safety should be our #1 priority. we should be thinking about what is going to be safe for our children. A child biking in option 2. Imagine a child biking in a bike lane from option 2. The bikes in the bike lanes next to cars are only 5 feet wide. If someone opens their car door, it could lead to a disaster. Option 1 does not have this problem. One second. The option 2 dangerous door zones are very dangerous, and we've seen severe collisions from these. We'll jump ahead. The option 2 bike lanes are unbuffered and very narrow. They are as narrow as 5 feet, and when you take away the gutter, that becomes 2 to 3 feet. So that's really not any room to do anything meaningful as a cyclist. It's not safe. I'm going to skip past this part, but basically, cars can park in the bike. We've seen this happen at this transition zone, such as on Mary. Going to fast forward. As you can see, we should reject option 2 and choose what is safe. Choose option 1.
Thank you. Next up is Marie B. That's my last speaker card.
Good evening, Mayor Klein and City Council members and city staff. My name is Marie Bernard from Sunnyvale Community Services. First, thank you. We are grateful that this year the city has supported SCS's food distribution programs with one-time funding of $150,000 with remaining COVID relief funds and $43,000 from CDBG funds. These funds were never more needed than now. The federal shutdown means that low-income families receiving food stamps will have their benefits cut as of November 1st. On Saturday, 133,000 individuals in Santa Clara County will not have their EBT cards loaded with funds. Our nonprofit has been the local safety net since 1970 here, and last year we helped 11,523 of our neighbors, and 85% of them participated in our food program. Over 1,300 families, that's 3,300 individuals, come each Wednesday to receive 25 or more pounds of bags of food, of healthy food. And unhoused residents come multiple times during the year to our self-select pantry, and 350 homebound individuals receive home delivery of food. We're one of the largest food distribution hubs for Second Harvest here in Santa Clara County. We distributed 2 million more pounds of food each year. But we have seen 5 separate cuts in proteins and other staples from the food bank since the cuts to their funding it resulted in that since the pandemic. But our food program continues to grow. Because of funding from the city as well as from our local community, SCS has been able to keep up with demand so far. We use our bulk purchasing power and hundreds of volunteers to fill what is missing from the bags. Proteins including milk and sugar and chicken, and staples like rice and beans. But unless a miracle happens, hundreds of Sunnyvale residents will lose their food stamps on Saturday. And we expect many of them to come to our doors. SCS's groceries are not meant to be the main and only source of food for low-income residents. We're supplementing a family's food budget so they can use their income for rent and other essentials. Now, low-income families and seniors on fixed income will have to divert their income to food and will struggle to pay rent and utilities. We're working feverishly with local partner agencies to prepare for what will be a disaster hitting our families. We will keep our community and our city informed on the needs and possible solutions. In the near term, what is needed most is contributions from all sectors, individuals, corporations, foundations, and government to keep people housed and fed. Again, our gratitude and thank you to city staff and elected officials, and for the hundreds of people who contribute for partnering with us and other agencies who are the local safety net. You are helping our neighbors to remain fed and housed.
Thank you, Marie, and thanks for what SCS is doing. Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Susan S. Susan, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. And thank Sunnyvale Community Services for all that they do for our underserved population. I wanted to have a few comments about the Hollenbeck bike lane proposal. I'm really interested to see if traffic engineering agrees with the assessment that Ballard are an option for traffic calming if the buffered bike lanes are implemented. If it is, this could open up some doors to really resolving some of the speed-related problems that residents, that's the right word, have expressed about what happens on Hollenbeck. In addition to a couple of other unresolved questions from residents, what do we do when we need to have service providers come and they need to park there? What is the codified resolution to this? That, okay, maybe DPS doesn't cite them right now, but if the things change, suddenly our roofers have nowhere to park when they do their work, or the HVAC team of 4 enormous truckfuls of equipment that show up for 3 or 4 days at a time, or the person with a handicap placard that's coming to visit a friend. What is the codified resolution to this that our service providers and less mobile guests, friends are supposed to do? I'll be short tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for oral communications.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close oral communications. Next up is our consent calendar. First, I wanted to announce that the city manager informed me that staff wants to pull item 1D. I'll go ahead and open up public comment on consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote speakers wishing to speak on consent?
No, Mayor.
I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Ask for a motion from my colleagues. Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to move consent calendar items 1A and 1C.
Through 1C.
1C.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Second.
Thank you. City clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take item 1D now, item 25-1017. Authorize an amendment to the memorandum of understanding between the city of Sunnyvale and the city of Mountain View relating to the operation of the SMART station. Is there a staff report or comment?
Yeah, I'll just turn it over to Environmental Services Director Ramana Chinakotla.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. There has been a last-minute revision to the agreement. The revision was recommended by our city attorney and our bond counsel, who is assisting us on the sale of the SMART station bonds. The revised language provides more clarity on how the merchant rate that Mountain View pays will be calculated in the future after 2036, when the current MOU expires. And if Mountain View decides to seek a merchant agreement versus the current partnership agreement. So we made those changes. The redlined changes are in the packet. So that's basically why we pulled it, so that we are transparent to the council on the changes that we're making to the agreement.
Are there questions of staff? Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. So according to this, Mountain View pays 26.76%. Right? They pay about $12 million.
That's correct, yes.
How is that percentage calculated? Sorry, I missed that.
It is calculated based on the amount of tonnage that each city brings in at the time of the sale of the bonds. And that percentage will be basically, dictate how much each of us will be paying for the debt service.
Okay. So just for public information, Cupertino is charged on the tonnage basis, but they don't have partnership agreement, right?
Yeah, their agreement is actually a merchant agreement. And
you.
they do pay a per ton fee, and their per ton fee calculation includes debt service portion also. It's just calculated differently.
Okay. And then you mentioned the Mountain View contract is for how many years?
It expires in 2036. So this amendment to the MOU extends that that agreement. So there's three options that Mountain View gets when this agreement expires. They can continue the partnership until the debt service is completely paid off. They can pay the remaining debt service in 2036 and get out of the agreement. Or third, they can move to a merchant rate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all of council questions. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Use the raise hand feature now, or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on the members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on item 1D?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to move the recommendation from staff. Should I read them all?
You don't, recommendation staff with the updated
Oh, with the
attachment.
updated
Attachment. Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Second.
Thank you. To your motion.
I think it's phenomenal that staff has been able to continue the relationship with Mountain View. So it helps our smart station. It helps for reduction of trash for the landfill for both Sunnyvale and Mountain View. So great job for both our communities and the partnership that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Srinivasan. Okay. I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you for capturing the merchant agreement portion of this. I think that was the important update. So catching that before, as opposed to bringing it back to council at a future date. And with that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. Our next item is a study session item 25-0498, Climate Action Playbook Update from the Sustainability Team. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. We've got a presentation for you tonight. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Madeline Kerr. I'm an environmental programs manager for the environmental services at the city of Sunnyvale, overseeing all of our climate action plan implementation. I'm joined tonight by Christina Raby, our sustainability coordinator, and Ramana Chinakotla, our director. We also have a number of staff in the audience available to answer questions as they might pertain more specifically to programs that they oversee directly. Climate action work happens across the city. So while we're here presenting the update to you tonight, there's a lot of staff involved and a lot of the work going on behind the scenes. So we have them here and available to help answer questions. With that, for tonight, we're going to do a quick recap of our playbook, how it's structured, some of the terminology, and what our targets are. We'll share our 2024 greenhouse gas inventory results, talk about our fiscal year 24-25 implementation progress on Game Plan 2028, and then close out with a look forward to what's coming with this current fiscal year and in future. All right, so Sunnyvale's Climate Action Playbook is our plan to reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. We have a carbon neutrality target of 85% below 1990 levels by 2045. Our playbook is structured with 6 overarching strategies to reach that carbon neutrality target, with 19 plays associated with each of those, 19 across the 6. And those plays have specific areas for action called out with quantified or measured metrics and targets associated with them. Those metrics and targets really get us to that carbon neutrality target. And then we adopt short-term work plans every 3 to 5 years that outline specific actions for the city and community to take in order to keep on track and hit our goals. The 6 strategies that we have are promoting clean electricity, which is carbon-free electricity, decarbonizing buildings, so moving buildings away from fossil fuel powered sources to carbon-free sources, decarbonizing transportation, again, the same goal there with removing fossil fuel from our transportation systems, and sustainable land use, which focuses on ensuring that Sunnyvale is walkable, accessible, there's amenities, and it's kind of structured in a way that allows people to get around easily. Strategy 4 is managing resources sustainably. That's where we have our zero waste, water conservation, urban forest canopy, and green stormwater goals. Strategy 5 is empowering our community, which focuses on engaging and educating our community about this plan, about any actions we're looking for community members to take, and resources that are available to help. And last but not least is adapting to a changing climate, Strategy 6, where we have our resilience goals. So this kind of covers how our playbook is organized. We've got a strategy such as promoting clean electricity. Within it, we have play 1.1, which is promote 100% clean electricity. And then we have our 2030 and 2045 targets for that metric associated with it. And then an example of a move that supports achieving that metric, which supports that play, which supports that strategy. This is an overview of all of the metrics that we have for both 2030 and 2045 targets. These metrics are what is going to get us to our greenhouse gas reduction targets, and that's how they're quantified. So some of the big changes that we had here in this last update that we brought to council in June of 2024 was adopting a % reduction in natural gas use, increasing our zero emission vehicle adoption in Sunnyvale. We also added an off-road zero emission equipment adoption and added a % reduction in landfill organics. So this pie chart shows how those metrics correlate to the greenhouse gas reductions that we need in order to hit that 2030 target. You can see that building decarbonization strategy 2 has about 44% of it, and then transportation has the other 44. So plays 2.2 and 2.3 are electrification of existing and new construction buildings. For transportation, plays 3.1 and 3.2 are VMT reduction target. Play 3.3 is the zero emission vehicle reduction target, and play 3.4 is our off-road emission, off-road equipment reduction target. Play 4.1 is where we have our organics diversion from landfill. And so those are really the big ticket items there that are gonna, that our game plan 2028 is built on, and that will get us to that 2030 target. This is our 2025 reporting calendar. We are currently in Q4 October, where we're presenting this annual update to City Council. We were just with Sustainability Commission and Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission last week for their joint study session. We're hoping to replicate this on an annual basis, where we have a progress update to the Sustainability Commission in Q2 around April, and then come to council towards the end of the year with the annual update. We've also highlighted in here a lot of the key months for staff to provide input and updates to us. And we're working to make sure that this reporting calendar is well aligned with council's strategic work plan and the report outs that we provide as part of that. Okay, so let's jump into the greenhouse gas inventory for 2024. Sunnyvale calculates a community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory. This looks at all activity occurring within the city of Sunnyvale. We don't look at indirect activities such as emissions that might be associated with like the purchase of an item. It's really about stuff that's happening within city of Sunnyvale. Our horizontal lines are the targets that we have for greenhouse gas reduction. And then our vertical bars are actual measured emissions that we have for each year. The first horizontal line across the top is 1990 levels. We measure progress as a % reduction from 1990 levels. You can see for 2024, we're at a 12% below 1990 levels point right now, and that is a significant jump from 2023 levels. The state's 2030 target is a 40% reduction by 2030, and then Sunnyvale's target is a 56% reduction by 2030. As mentioned, our green line there at the bottom is that carbon neutrality target of 85% below 1990 levels by 2045. So jumping right into where this big emissions increase came from. For transportation, we saw a 17% increase in emissions. Transportation is the largest portion of our inventory's emissions. We usually have about 50% of our emissions coming from transportation. So the 17% increase is pretty substantial. We also saw a really large increase in our electricity emissions. So for transportation, Sunnyvale calculates its VMT based on a model specific to Sunnyvale that assumes a percent increase over time. Our activity data that we gather is from California Air Resource Board. They model fuel use at the county level. And so we gather fuel use at the county level and apply that to the Sunnyvale specific VMT model that we have. That California Air Resource Board model updated this year. They update every 4 years. And there was pretty significant changes in terms of the fuel use that they are projecting for the area. So what we're seeing from the data is that they're accounting a lot more VMT is being traveled by medium to heavy duty vehicles. So that lowered the fuel efficiency overall. And that also resulted in a pretty big uptick in diesel. So we had a lot more diesel fuel use than we have seen in the past. And then just saw our fuel efficiency drop like 5 mpg overall, which resulted in a lot of emissions. So while the state level model overall saw VMT go down and fuel use go down, they didn't go down at the same proportion, resulted in that lesser efficient vehicles traveling those VMT. And then when they're applied to Sunnyvale's VMT model, not using the state's VMT, resulted in a large increase in emissions. So we've reached out to California Air Resource Board to understand what kind of assumptions and data went into the model to result in that larger increase in diesel and larger VMT for medium to heavy duty vehicles, and we haven't heard back yet. So we know, we can see from the data what's going on, but we're not understanding why and what kind of changed in terms of assumptions. With that model being updated every 4 years, it's important for us to be able to understand, how this could change again in the future. For electricity emissions, jump into this slide here. We get the majority of Sunnyvale is served by Silicon Valley Clean Energy, which provides carbon-free electricity to the city. For the year 2024, SVCE was unable to provide completely carbon-free electricity to our residents. There is a renewable portfolio standards at the state level that requires all utility providers to procure a certain percentage of renewable energy, which resulted in high competition within the market. SVCE has been working on procuring and constructing a lot of their own renewable energy facilities. And while we're waiting for those to come online, 2024 was kind of this perfect storm of, we didn't have them online. We had to compete with a lot of other entities as we were all approaching this milestone year for that renewable portfolio standard. And things like hydroelectric are getting harder to obtain, nuclear, things of that nature. So SVCE had to get that 21% that's highlighted there from unspecified sources, which basically just means what's available on the grid, and there are emissions associated with that. The board voted to, instead of procure RECs, to kind of offset the emissions associated with that, to just not spend the millions of dollars on those RECs and continue investing those dollars in community decarbonization programs. So they reported that emissions hit this year for 2024. For transportation, I kind of already talked about, what we saw with that model update, that we're getting that county-based data, which includes more heavy-duty vehicles. I've got the gasoline increase and diesel increase there when you're comparing 2024 year between the two models, right? So if we're looking at MFAC 2021, which is the previous model, versus this one, you get these pretty large increases in fuel use. So one of the issues here is that we already knew our VMT was not reflective of any progress we're making on things like active transportation or public transportation because it's a modeled number that just assumes an increase between one point in time and another. So we've talked about that at previous council meetings when we've talked about our playbook, and know that that's something we need to look into further. And now with this kind of model update throwing in another potential layer of complexity to understanding how to calculate transportation emissions, it's just again underscoring this need for us to look at data sources here. Okay, and so breaking down this change from 23 to 24, the emissions hit that we took from Silicon Valley Clean Energy was the majority of our increase of that 12%, 55% of that. And then transportation was 43% of that. We had a small increase in off-road emissions as well, but that's pretty much the breakdown for the inventory for 2024. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Christina.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, so our emissions inventory isn't looking great. We know this, but however, it doesn't reflect the amazing work that we're actually doing here in the city. So we really wanted to focus this next part on all of the great work that we are doing for our climate action playbook moves. And so this is all going to be for fiscal year 24-25. Okay, so as Madeline mentioned, SVCE's emissions factor doesn't look great. And while we wait for some of their new energy facilities and procurements to come online, I wanted to highlight some of the programs that they did decide to invest in to move forward with and how they're impacting Sunnyvale this year. And so on this slide, you'll see that we had nearly 300 heat pump HVAC upgrades, 177 pre-wired circuits for future electrification, 121 EV chargers were installed, and 169 heat pump water heaters were installed through SVCE's programs, and a lot of money was saved on bills financing or in savings and rebates as well. And so for strategy 1, 3 of the moves are complete and ongoing, and the one move on hold is the community scale solar and energy storage move. And the reason it's on hold right now is it's infeasible to do this at this time. The technology isn't fully baked yet, so we keep checking in with SVCE, and they're letting us know when we're going to be able to proceed with this move. But for now, it's on hold because it's infeasible. And then for metric 1, we did see this dip in 2024 to 90% clean electricity. We do typically see this metric around 95 to 97%, and we do anticipate that going back up to that range in the future. And then for solar, the solar metric, we're doing a really great job, and we continue to add more rooftop solar in Sunnyvale, and we've far exceeded our 2030 goal and even our 2045 goal, which is really great. And then for our metric 3, the program that we once pulled the battery storage data from changed, so we're unable to report the metric at this time, but we are looking into other sources to eventually be able to pull this information and get it back up here for you all. And so for strategy 3, one metric we are using to calculate progress is the % of zero emission vehicles in Sunnyvale. We did see a pretty significant jump in 2024, and we added nearly 3,000 EVs in Sunnyvale, which is great, and that's the result of that 14%. We still have a long way to go, of course, because we need to reach that 42% EV adoption, but it's promising to see at least that year over year we are increasing our EV adoption. We've also experienced a big uptick in our Drive Electric program attendance, and the people attending the event are typically in the market for a new car and report on our post survey that we give them that they're more likely to purchase an EV after attending our event and test driving our EVs that are there. And then at those events, we have something new that we've featured at our table. We have printed out a very large map of Sunnyvale, and we've asked the residents that attend our events to stick a dot on the map where they want to see more EV charging and infrastructure. And so if you look over at the pie chart here, you'll see that parks is the #1 place they want to see more EV chargers, and then schools and businesses are following behind as close seconds. Now going back to the list on the left, I believe it was around mid-2023, we had about 250 publicly accessible EV chargers in Sunnyvale using the data set that we typically pull from, and now it's showing 430. So we've seen a pretty significant increase in publicly accessible chargers in Sunnyvale, and we will continue to identify new sites to install chargers and plan to work with SBCE and multifamily property owners to provide more access to charging for our renters. We also have had 22 chargers. We've also added 22 chargers in the city at city facilities, and we increased our municipal EVs from 22 to 56 between 2024 and 2025. So that was a really big accomplishment there. And it was in large part due to our new fleet manager position that was vacant being filled, and that was vacant for a number of years. And so we also participated in the last bullet here. We also participated in a Bay Area Charging Smart cohort that includes a designation status at the end. This cohort really helped us define where Sunnyvale lands against other cities in the Bay in regard to planning and expanding EVI. It's been a great way to share resources, see where there are gaps, and understand our long-term planning strategies that could work best for us. And we found we are doing great and had our new, even had our new fleet manager join a call to share the progress that they're making on fleet electrification and workforce training, which was really great. And we had several follow-up emails from that discussion. So looking forward to continuing to work with some of our partners, but unfortunately, we just found out that the cohort lost funding to continue on. So November is going to be our last meeting. It's a little bit unclear if we're going to get a designation, but we'll see. We still learned a lot of really great lessons and have new, connections from others in the Bay Area. Okay, so on to the ATP side. We've had a lot of really great projects start and come to completion. We have a very nice list here of everything that's underway, and we're really excited to see a lot of progress happening here, like the Peary Parks Shuttle Program, which launched earlier this year, and we're now looking at the citywide shuttle program as well. And then this slide is a great example of all the alternative transportation projects we are currently implementing citywide, but as Madeline said, their impacts just aren't being reflected in our inventory due to Sunnyvale's VMT activity being a modeled number. So we're now focusing more than ever on identifying alternative or supporting metrics to better capture how these projects help reduce VMT in Sunnyvale once they're implemented. Okay, so shifting now to strategy 2, we did order this slide deck in a way that represents the impacts on our inventory for the year. So we first talked about electricity, then transportation, and now we're on to buildings. And so one metric we're tracking here is the % reduction in natural gas use based on residential versus non-residential buildings. And we're measuring this as a % reduction from 2019 because that's when we did all of our modeling for the current game plan 2028. So we have seen a reduction. They're not major, but it is promising that we're seeing reductions in both residential and non-residential buildings for natural gas use. And then I wanted to mention that we do have a lot of really exciting programs for decarbonizing buildings, getting ready to launch, and we're going to be working on those in this next fiscal year. And hopefully we'll be seeing the even further reductions on this slide. So for this strategy, we have 2 moves ongoing or complete, 5 in progress, and 1 delayed. The 1 delayed move is the Green Building Program, which was paused as we focused on alternatives to REACH codes and responding to AB 130. We will be focused back on the Green Building Program in the coming year. And then our Cool Cooktops program, though, continues to do really well, and we did get a lot of positive feedback from people who check out the kits from the library. And then some of the big wins for electrification of municipal buildings would be our Lakewood Branch Library, which opens this spring, and then Fire Station 2, which will both be all electric buildings. So for strategy 4, managing our resources sustainably, we have 5 moves completed or ongoing, 6 in progress, and 2 delayed. The 2 moves delayed here are related to water conservation through permitting and different reasons related to planning and building. These were deprioritized as we were focused on the REACH code updates that we needed to get through because of the AB 130 regulation that took effect. And we plan to focus back on the delayed moves in the upcoming years. We did have our lowest pounds per person per day rate for solid waste. So we're seeing all the educational efforts and technological upgrades working very well here. And before I continue on this metrics list, I wanted to shift us over to the graph on the right. The city is a part of a countywide program to recover edible food to feed those in need, and Sunnyvale alone has recovered nearly 700,000 pounds of edible food just in 2024 as part of SB 1383's goal to divert organics out of the landfills. This has been a huge success, and this county effort is actually on track to recover 22 million pounds of edible food across the entire county each year through 2034. So really wanted to highlight that successful program. And then in terms of other metrics, we saw a 19% reduction in water conservation. We also had nearly 400 new public trees planted, and we now have about 1,600 acres of land created or treated by green stormwater infrastructure. Okay, so strategy 5 is empowering our community. The one delayed move here is move 5A, and staff are evaluating a new approach to this. It's looking like it's going to be very staff intensive, resource intensive. So we are looking at other alternative ways to make this move a little bit more sustainable to maintain and fund in the future. And then we wanted to highlight that we hit our highest number of people reached at our tabling events in 2024, making it another really great year for our outreach efforts. We've been really strategic about what events we're attending, what staff we're going to send to those events based off of the time of year and the audience at these events. And this data on the slide, I wanted to mention, does not include our Earth Day event. We're just focused on the tabling events that we are doing outside of Earth Day. But Earth Day alone brings in 2,000 to 3,000 people. And so it's a huge number here. So we wanted to kind of set it aside and for a later slide that I'll talk about. And then these data points I also wanted to mention are just the number of people we've reached through our sustainability team, and it doesn't include the number of people reached from solid waste, water, and our stormwater teams. So in the future, we'll probably try to include all of those for you. And another move we have is engaging people on social media platforms. This is a very complicated task to figure out how to reach people on Instagram and keep them engaged. But our team is really doing a great job. We have a dedicated staff person that's really following the trends and using human-centered approaches to increase our engagement on our overall posts. And even some of our videos have gone viral, which is really great. And we're excited to have her working on this since awareness and behavior change is a key element to participation in our programs and achieving our CAP goals. And to continue on this strategy, we were also able to connect with youth over the last year, so we wanted to highlight some of these achievements. We now have quarterly check-ins with the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action Group. We also hosted a Civic Summit Day right here in this room and a City Hall tour right after. We've been collaborating on a Stories from Students piece in our Sustainable Sunnyvale newsletter and are building out relationships with different high school students around Sunnyvale. And then the library was also able to hire a sustainable librarian as part of our staffing request for Game Plan 2028. And they've hit the ground running, and we've been seeing 31 sustainability-focused programs launched this year. This person is very creative and is constantly researching and collaborating with other libraries around the country to bring and implement sustainability-focused topics and programming here in Sunnyvale, which is really great. And I wanted to highlight that the most recent program was a dog chew toy upcycle event. So people were able to bring in their old chewed up dog toys and were able to upcycle them and give them another life before they discarded them. So it was pretty cool. And then Move 5F is about demonstration projects. So this is another partnership with the library. The Electrify Your Life series helps people get access to resources and education about home electrification. And this will continue as the new Lakewood Library opens. And so this is our Earth Day event that just happened this last year. We really wanted to have a whole slide dedicated to it. Our Earth Day event is gaining a lot of popularity, especially over the last 2 years. We've received approval for funding to continue the large event, which is really great. And we're going to continue hosting it in a roughly similar format where we close down Olive Avenue and activate the Civic Center campus. And it is a huge lift for the Environmental Services Department. We pretty much have the whole department helping out in some way. But we also really wanted to give a huge thanks to our library team, public safety, and public works for their support in coordinating each of the large events. And as I mentioned earlier, this event draws between 2,000 to 3,000 attendees, and we usually have over 30 environmentally focused community groups and booths and various activities available for the public. This has also been one of the largest events that we can say is a zero waste event. As you can see in these images, people are eating off of green reusable dishware. We've hired a specific vendor that provides the reusables and will collect and wash them back at their facility. And I wanted to emphasize that an event of this size would typically produce around 30 to 40 cubic yards of trash. And this event alone has, for both years, we've collected roughly 1 cubic yard of trash. And it just really goes to show that when we invest into using reusables and trying to have a zero waste event, that it really can go a long way. And we're reducing emissions in this way as well. And we're walking the talk. And so with that, I just wanted to plug that April 11th, 2026 is going to be our next Earth Day event. So please mark that on your calendars. And last but not least is Strategy 6, Adapting to a Changing Climate. So we had Move 6D, update the emergency preparedness plans for climate-related impacts. This was complete, and our public safety partners have been doing a great job there, and they attend the county's Heat and Air Quality Working Group, which is a subgroup of the county's Climate Collaborative. And then on sea level rise and flooding, we've applied for a multi-jurisdictional grant for regional shoreline adaptation, and we were awarded $2.6 million for the county and neighboring cities. So that's really going to help us take a regional approach to addressing sea level rise, flooding, and shoreline adaptation planning to comply with new state legislation and identify funding for these efforts. And then we're awaiting budget approvals from the Army Corps of Engineers on Move 6B for the large shoreline project they're leading with Valley Water. With the current state of federal funding, we're not certain if this project will be delayed. So we're really relieved to know that the county shoreline adaptation grant funding came at a really great time. And with that, I will pass it back to Madeline to close us out.
All right, so speaking of grants, I did want to highlight that we had a pretty successful year for grant awards, and just wanted to call out the different strategies that each of these grants support, that we're covering a pretty great range of them here. And then we also just had really great collaborative efforts with Public Works and LRS on a lot of these. And so they're there for your review. And last but definitely not least, when we came to you all in June of 2024 for the CAP update, we also requested approval as part of that budget for funding 5 new positions really dedicated to implementing our climate action playbook. All of those positions have been filled. Took maybe about the first 6 months of the fiscal year to fill them, but now they're up and running. They've hit the ground running and are implementing great programs. I think we touched on a bit that the sustainable librarian position was accomplishing. We've made a really great progress with water conservation, our sustainability programs, and partnerships with Public Works and Engineering on EVI and resilient buildings. So it's a small slide here, but a really huge impact for how the city is implementing climate action. Okay, looking forward. So big ticket items for fiscal year 25-26. We alluded to a lot of this throughout the presentation. Building electrification strategy is going to be a big one. So we've got a lot of education engagement work coming in early 2026 on that. We will be looking at the green building program update now that we've the dust has settled around a lot of these legislative updates. Looking into a municipal greenhouse gas inventory. And then right now we're knee deep wading through energy benchmarking and building performance standards research and understanding what's going on at local, regional, and state level on that. There's a lot happening at each of those levels. Strategy 3, we're definitely going to be spending some time focusing on how we measure VMT and what other metrics there are to support supportive of looking at VMT. So what other things can we measure to show whether or not we might be reducing trips, whether that's ridership in public transit or a share of bikers and walkers or something. You know, we have to just look at a few different metrics here to be able to tell a better story, I think. Fleet electrification and EV charging infrastructure, the other ones for strategy 3. Strategy 5, we touched on a lot of these through the presentation. Business engagement, I would say, is another one that we've got on our plate. So we're really looking to work with businesses, particularly like sustainability staff, and just understand how the city and bigger companies in the city might be aligned on sustainability initiatives and where there's opportunities for collaboration. Christina mentioned Move 5A and us doing the work to understand how to make sure that that's sustainable and not dependent on like a whole full-time staff position. It's supposed to be a grassroots community engagement move. And so building the relationships with the community to make sure that something that we launch is actually sustainable by the community is an important part of that takes time to do. And strategy 6 will be working on shoreline protection and community resilience. So with the regional shoreline adaptation plan, understanding where the other gaps are for us as a city with resiliency. Okay, so we shared a lot of information tonight. There's a lot of great metrics and progress updates to share. I wanted to do a recap of the big picture and takeaways. In terms of measuring progress, we have a lot of data on the specific implementation of moves and our metrics. At the emissions level, a lot of it is modeled. The data might be it's not specific to Sunnyvale all the time. It can be hard to look at on a year-by-year basis, and we spend a solid 4 months collecting the annual updates, assessing them, analyzing them, evaluating them, following up with people to understand why data shifted, how it shifted, what that means for the future. So there's a lot of resources that go into what we do as an annual update every year. What we're proposing moving forward is that we reduce our greenhouse gas inventory to every 2 years to really spend the time doing that deeper dive on what kind of local data we can collect and measure, doing our CAP programs and implementing those. And with that perspective, that what we're showing you with the greenhouse gas emissions inventory data is a much more macroscopic approach, right? A lot of that data is modeled, and GHG inventories aren't necessarily meant to be, I think, scrutinized at the granular level that we want them to be scrutinized at. Most other cities don't do an annual greenhouse gas inventory. That Sunnyvale's always been unique in that aspect. And just with the amount of shifting data and shifting policy on this front, I think there's a lot better work that we can do at the implementation level and looking for alternative data sources than continuing to conduct this inventory and bring it to you on an annual basis. Like I mentioned, we'll be assessing alternative data sources or models for VMT. So beyond just the supportive metrics, are there other sources of data for VMT? What do those look like? How do we access them? Do we, completely just need to do a new modeled number? And what does that mean for future VMT numbers? And then, we'll maintain an annual CAP update coming to council every year. 1 year it'll include the inventory and 1 year it won't. That's our proposal. So with that, we're ready to open it up for discussion, questions and comments. And then the main question I would say that we want feedback more direction on as whether council is in agreement on us reducing the inventory to an every other year basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and come back at 8:15. Let's go ahead and reconvene. And now go to council questions. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do actually have substantive questions. And thank you very much to staff for an excellent presentation. So my first question is, so the joint meeting between BPAC and sustainability was only 5 days ago. It was on the 23rd. So we don't have minutes for that yet. We don't have a summary for that yet. Is there a brief overview of their feedback of the feedback that you received from them during that joint meeting?
Let's see if I can give you off the top of my head. So there was a lot of questions about how to measure VMT, how to measure metrics supportive of VMT, and a lot of conversation around that. We had a lot of ideas exchanged. I don't think we got any, we didn't get any pushback on reducing the greenhouse gas inventory to every other year. There was a lot of questions about our solid waste programs, our food programs, potentials for expanding them, like really specific questions about implementation of programs. I would say around water waste, and then we did discuss VMT quite a bit.
Excellent. I think it's a great idea to have that joint meeting. I'm hoping that next year we can have it scheduled a bit more in advance of the council meeting so that we can get minutes and a summary.
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the jump in CO2 emissions measured last year, stipulated that this is according to a model. All models are wrong. Some models are useful. How much do we think we can attribute an increase in transportation emissions to, return to office initiatives, companies winding down work from home programs, et cetera? How much of this, obviously a lot of this is because we're arguing, or you're arguing, that the county is overcounting heavy equipment and diesel compared to what's actually in use in Sunnyvale. But to what extent do we think that there is a real increase in transportation emissions?
So I can't answer, to what extent I think that my personal opinion on what's going on with VMT. So it's the state that's running the model and providing the data at the county level. So it's not the counties assuming it's the state. So I just want to clarify. Their VMT numbers that they calculate actually went down for light duty vehicles.
Okay.
But they went down much more significantly than the fuel use. So you ended up with this lopsided where the fuels, the VMT went down overall, but they ended up being a lot less efficient when you calculate the MPG. So the miles traveled versus the fuel use. What we use is the fuel use from that model, not the VMT. So
Okay,
okay.
Let me try to rephrase this. So VMT went down according to the state model,
Correct.
but fuel efficiency also went down. So things became less, the cars that were burning gas became less efficient on average.
Yes. Well, that's where our confusion lies, and that's why we want to understand better from the state.
I would love to see, and this might be for the city manager, I'd love to see an update to council whenever we pin that down on what happened there.
Yeah, and I did confirm we're not the only ones seeing this. Other agencies have run their SVCE just did their greenhouse gas inventory and saw the same thing. So because at first I was like, this can't be right. But so what it could mean is that the previous models that they were running didn't have their assumptions were wrong. So they have access to data now that they didn't before, and when they took that into account, they had, things were just so off that it wasn't that we all of a sudden got less efficient, it's that they were not reporting accurately in the past. So it's always been that efficient. So what we could do is go back and apply the current model to all the previous years. It wouldn't be such a significant jump between 23 and 24. We'd just have higher emissions for all the previous years.
I would love, that was going to be the next question I asked, is like back testing the new model.
We did do that. And so I think we saw, I don't have like the exact percentage increases, but we were like more around 20%. Like, so instead of 24 below 1990 levels in 23, we were at 20% below 1990 levels. So it's like a 4 to 5% change in what we reported. And obviously electricity was a really big factor for us this year in the 12%. Yeah.
I ask this every year. the Drive Electric campaign, how much are we doing to promote not just electric cars, but electric bicycles, scooters, et cetera, personal mobility devices? Do we do that as part of the Drive Electric campaign? If council had a mind to emphasize that more, what would the correct vehicle be for us to do that?
We do have e-bike test drives available at all of our Drive Electric events, but it can be really hard for us to find a vendor to do that. So maybe we haven't had it at every event. I might be misspeaking with that because I know that we've run into issues with vendors. So we were able to partner with someone for Earth Day, and they did come to this most recent Frunk Retreat event we hosted, which was not a test drive, but just a static one. But the bike models that were there weren't the same, and they're not going to be able to come back in the future. And so they're experiencing a whole complex issue on their side that now we're probably not going to be able to have them in future events. And we've done outreach to every bike vendor within our Sunnyvale and beyond. And it's just usually really hard for them to have the staff to bring the inventory and actually do the test drives. So that's the main issue we're running into. So if you have somebody you can put us into contact with that would like to do it, that would probably be the best avenue for council support.
I do have a couple follow-up questions on that front. First, have you reached out to Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition about this? Okay. And second, have you reached out to the local bike shops about this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's unfortunate. I'll noodle on that. This is often the problem, is finding the vendor to do what you want to do. It can be a real challenge in government. We saw a really substantial jump in the commercial electric emissions, if I'm reading that chart. It was like 120%.
Yeah.
And it sounds like what happened is that SVCE had to incorporate non-clean energy sources into their mix last year. Is there a good explanation of what happened there? Why they had this sudden spike of having to use non-renewable sources?
Yeah, so emissions factors from SVCE have been like on a really minimal scale creeping up over the years due to things like competition because of the renewable portfolio standards. I would say that's the number one thing that we're seeing with SVCE. So they had a few delays with some of their procurements for the power coming online. So they're in the end here going to be able to just supply all of the carbon-free electricity to the community that they support via their power purchase agreements and these other facilities they're bringing online. So things like geothermal and solar and wind. I think the small emissions increases we've seen in the past are actually from geothermal. So while it's a renewable energy source, it's not a completely carbon-free energy source. So that's where we had like a little bit of emissions from them. But this year it was mainly the competition for renewable energy statewide because there was a milestone for the renewable portfolio standard requirement at the state level. So it was just an issue statewide.
Okay. You mentioned the map, the wish list map of EV chargers. I'd love to see that map. Maybe that could be attached or sent out at some later date, but that'd be very interesting to see, just to see if there are gaps especially if we could overlay it on where the existing chargers are, because that could really help to identify where are there gaps in the charging network.
So the current map does actually have an overlay of where the existing chargers are, which is really great. So when people are selecting where they want more chargers, it's typically away from where the hubs are. But there is that information on the map.
Okay, I'd love to get that. Let's see here. Could we get slide 21, please? So this to my mind is a very concerning graph, because we have targets for 44% residential and 38% non-residential reduction in natural gas use by 2030. And looking at these numbers, it does not necessarily seem like we're on track for that, especially on the commercial side. Residential maybe, but commercial, that's looking very challenging. I know that with recent changes in state law and federal court decisions, our ability to require all electric has been curtailed, but what are we looking at to try and meet that goal by 2030?
Yeah, that energy benchmarking and building performance standard is really going to be our way of getting there. So, we can tackle a certain percentage of new construction being all electric, especially on the commercial non-residential side. But it's really the existing buildings that's going to be the biggest challenge. And so building performance standard. So energy benchmarking is required by the state right now for anything 50,000 square feet and over. So you have to report your energy use, both electricity and natural gas, to the state. That gets reported out. So it's publicly accessible information now. So we're looking at that on top of what other local agencies are doing benchmarking, what their requirements look like, and then how these feed into ultimately. So maybe property owners have been reporting on their energy for a few years. Eventually you set some sort of goal for them to have an energy use intensity or a GHG reduction number, whatever it might be. So that way an existing building works towards lowering their greenhouse gas footprint overall as an existing building. So that's going to be the best method or strategy that we've seen. And that's something that the state's also looking into. So I think early 2026, we're hoping to see some strategy reports from the state on what a BPS could look like at the state level.
Okay, thank you. Last couple questions on transportation. It seems to me that a big part of what we need to be doing on transportation is increasing our own data collection of vehicle miles traveled, vehicle counts. I am not an expert in this field. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but is that sort of where staff is thinking, is like?
Yes, I think so. I think, whether it's vehicle counts or like bike counts or something, maybe at a few key intersections, it's something we're contemplating. Other data sources, like just continuing to look at what's out there, an updated VMT model. There's a handful of stuff that we're kind of weighing pros and cons for and looking at this from different angles. Yeah.
Are there automated counters that we could install at key locations, or?
I don't know. We haven't progressed far enough for me to. I'm also not an expert on this, so I can't answer for that.
And then the last question I have, and this may be for Mr. Taylor back there, is, with the active transportation plan, the implementation of the active transportation plan, I think the current number is we've got a little more than 1 mile of protected bike lane out of the 17 that are called for in the ATP build. I guess my question, and the ATP is roughly targeting 2030, 2029 or 2030 for the 17 miles.
Yeah, I would have to look back at this specific year, so I don't have that in front of me right
But
now.
and let's say 2030, just so that it lines up nicely with the climate action playbook. How are we going to be making sure that we actually deliver on those targeted miles of protected lane by 2030?
I think that, right now, the way that the ATP is typically implemented is based on grant opportunities, right? So we have kind of the high, medium, and low components within the active transportation plan. And so we try to see what fits within whatever grants are out there. If grants, and we've been pretty successful with that. So we've been able to implement a lot with a lot of grants. And so depending on how those go and continue to go, we'll have to figure out how do we fund other projects within the ATP to monitor that. So we'll continually evaluate it, see how we're doing. There's not a specific timeline that has to be done, but at the end of the day, those are goals that we're going toward, basically.
Sure, but there are also goals that are mutually supportive with the climate action playbook and our carbon reduction goals. Okay, I think that does it for my questions. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It was really comprehensive about everything the city is doing. I have a couple questions. First, on the VMT model specific to Sunnyvale. For the fuel use for the large equipment, do you know if they're considering if it's large equipment coming from out of the city for construction or other things that happen to be fueling in this area?
So for VMT, that's on-road transportation. That's half of inbound, half of outbound, and then everything that starts and into the city. That's how we account for miles traveled. And then for equipment like construction, that's actually part of the off-road wedge of the graph. So that's for off-road equipment that looks at things like construction, industrial, different things like that. So that's unrelated to the VMT and the fuel use. They're two separate models.
Okay, great. Thank you. For the electricity use, I know some of the other CCAs just have outright bans on getting unbundled recs. Is that something that, you know, if something SVC would consider so that we wouldn't be in that type of position to have to do that? Or I don't know if that's a question for the mayor.
So I can answer, let me answer a few of the questions about SVCE. A lot of the issues with Silicon Valley Clean Energy over the last year was multiple projects that had been previously funded by SVCE that never went online because at the last minute for multiple projects, the construction team would either say that they couldn't, basically they didn't want to meet the contract goals for how cheap the energy that they had committed to when we funded the project at the beginning was going, what the market rate for that energy was when it was going to go online. And so a lot of legal pushing it, pushing and pulling whether or not it's stepping away from projects and all that. But basically it comes down to a lot of the cleaner energy that we were expecting to get didn't go online in the last 2 years. That being said, there's a large wind project out of New Mexico that I visited about a month ago now that ultimately is going online next year. So we have a little more certainty for the next year, and so this is kind of a blip in the bigger scheme of things. But a lot of this has to do with, do we want to raise rates dramatically? And this is the constant push of the board from SVE standpoint. Do we want to continue staying under PG&E cost on how much residents are paying, making it an incentive to be part of SVCE, that it's not only clean energy or cleaner energy than PG&E in general, but also cheaper. And so this is an ongoing discussion at the board, especially as the cost of energy keeps dipping. And if you take a look at your bill, the majority of your bill is a fixed rate that everyone's paying, whether or not you're part of PG&E or not, for the transmission within the network. So there's a bigger picture here. Ultimately, we think that at least for the next 2 years, at least, energy will be a lot cleaner. So a lot of this is going away, but the cost of energy and the number of different projects that we funded is very difficult to see kind of going forward. The cost of energy is falling, but a lot of development because of tariffs and federal approval of permits on federal land and other things adds a big question mark into a lot of the energy that was going to go online. So that's a long-winded answer to talk about SVCE, but they're trying to, the good thing is they have money that they could pay for RECs. The bigger question is what energy's out there, and the kind of the ever-changing world of the industry makes it difficult to have certainty until things are completely online and completely being provided into the network. And some of these long-term contracts will help us in the next few years. But there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And following up on that, so we have a lot of large businesses in Sunnyvale. Is it counted in when they have direct energy procurement?
Direct access customers, you mean? Yeah. So because of some of the confidentiality issues with us procuring or getting that access to that data, we don't have access to who has direct access and then what the emissions factors for those are. So we kind of use an assumption for all of the direct access customers. I think SVC actually can calculate it for us and includes it in the inventory, but we don't get to see that at the granular level at all.
Okay, that would be interesting if they would, some of them might be voluntarily provide that information just as you're engaging more with the businesses in the future.
Yeah. And I think through the energy reporting now required by the state, and then if we have some of that at the local level too, that might be another way to get that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report. And then I empathize with you because of the VMT calculation or inconsistent calculation. It's a moving calculation. I think we might be better off collecting our own sample VMT calculation. It could be by gas station gas consumption if we can get that, or sampling at the major intersection, what kind of cars pass by. The surprising thing here is we have Peary Park shuttle, which went online, and then our EV percentage of vehicles is 14% now. Yet our greenhouse gas because of transportation has increased. So there is something wrong there, which doesn't take big jump there. And then thanks, Mayor. I would have referred him to SVCE questions. I sit on the finance committee, but then he is on the board. So yeah, SVCE is challenging. And then there is very little we can do about it because we don't generate our electricity. We are not a power city, power generating. We don't have power company like Santa Clara or San Jose. So the question I have is, so on slide, what's this slide? 100%, slide 17. Metric 2, percentage of electricity from solar. Why is it dropping? Is that because of more energy being generated as a percentage, that is denominator is going up, or what exactly is that? Is that because of SVCE or what?
It's increasing. So the 6% is where we're at in 2024 and 3% was our target for 2030. So we're double the target already. But last year, I don't know what the metric was, but I want to say it was like around 5. So that's been steadily increasing that.
That includes residential solar panels.
It's strictly rooftop solar, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I had the entire slew of VMT questions, but I'm not going to ask that. Next is decarbonizing buildings, strategy 2. Move 2D cooktops, 473 people use since launch. How many did that result in conversion to induction cooktop installation? Do you have any data on that?
We don't. So we've tried a number of ways to collect survey data from people who check out the cooktops. First, we had an online survey they could fill out. We had like a QR code. We had reminders. Nobody filled out the online one. So then we put notebooks into the backpacks, and people actually really like writing about their experience in it. And so that's where we've been able to collect a little bit more data. I think that these numbers here, the 9 positive reviews and 5 transitions, are just for 2024. I'll have to look to see what the number is, but it's just people who, when they were writing, they indicated, I'm looking at buying myself an induction now. This is really like, I want to transition to this. So that it's just kind of what we can infer from comments left in those books, but that's the only type of data that we have.
Can you get any idea when they apply for permit or anything like that, like upgrade of kitchen or something?
We've been working with the permit center to understand what kind of data we can pull. It can be a little tricky though to get that like granular level of data, but I'll look into that and add that to my list.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And then strategy for managing resources sustainably. It's amazing that edible food is recovered so much. What do we do with that? What happens to the food recovered? Because I'm really interested in how it is distributed to the needy. Because one of the projects our high school students are working on is the food recovery.
Mm-hmm. And I might. Oh, perfect.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. So the food recovery program is targeted for the food recovery organizations as well as the generators of food that can be saved. So the food recovery organizations like Second Harvest would be the one to collect from the generators and then distributed further to actual users. So that's what happens to the recovered food from generators like restaurants or businesses like Safeways.
So where do they distribute it to, or how do they distribute it to?
So Second Harvest has actual
Okay.
customers that come to their locations, or they take it to them, yeah.
Oh, okay. So city per se does not have any food recovery program, right?
No, city specifically, we don't do it ourselves. It's through these food recovery
Yeah,
organizations.
there are voluntary organizations which
Yes.
collect food.
Yes.
Peninsular Food Runners
Yes.
and all those things.
Yes.
Distribution is the big problem.
Mhm.
Our counterpart in Cupertino, they have refrigerated trucks. I have
Right.
studied this problem.
Mhm.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you for that. So the 800,000 is how do they calculate how much it came from Sunnyvale or?
So they collect the company joint venture Silicon Valley that manages the program for Santa Clara County collects data that's voluntarily provided by food recovery organizations as well as the generators. But actually that's required by law for them to provide the data. So joint venture Silicon Valley collects that data, and that's where we get the numbers from how much came from Sunnyvale. And overall, the county actually in 2024 recovered 16 million pounds of food in calendar year 2024. So all that data actually comes from food recovery organizations and the generators.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
So on slide strategy 5, empowering community, this is an interesting slide. And then you have Instagram reach, which jumped tremendously, or big number. Are there any other social media or any other platform you're looking at apart
Yeah.
from Instagram?
We're also on Facebook and Nextdoor. From the ESD side, like we have access to those 3 platforms. So I think for Facebook, you're going to see pretty similar numbers. And Nextdoor doesn't operate the same in terms of like the insights that we get and what we do on there. So I don't have any data from Nextdoor to show.
Okay. So that would have been my recommendation. So on the slide of our day 2025, I like the idea of reusable utensils. How much did it cost for the city? Any idea? A ballpark number? There were food trucks there, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't.
You're asking about which program?
The first one, the green utilize the plates and all those things reusable. You mentioned that there was a company
For Earth Day.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, that's me. So say your question again.
Sorry?
How much does it cost?
Yeah, so I'll follow up with an additional question.
Okay, I think so. That sounds right.
It was about $4,000
Oh.
for the event that they charged.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is, can that be shared with other big events Sunnyvale organizes? Arts and Wine comes to mind, Diwali, other things, where this number of hands-on arts, all these events, can we replicate the same model?
I mean, that $4,000 is an added expense to your event. That's can be pretty significant for others because it was Earth Day and Environmental Services. We prioritize that as being a part of our budget. But to ask other organizations to do it or other events that might not have that baked in, that
Okay.
can be a significant
But
cost burden.
if, let's say, they are able to manage, can city provide them how to do that, or the know-how and
Like
the company?
The company. Mhm.
Yeah, okay, thank you. On the slide of 2024-25 annual update, I like all these positions being filled, which is very impressive. The last senior engineer, CIP and transportation, is that the same thing as transportation planner of, I think,
Mm,
Public Works as, or it's a different?
yeah, those are different positions.
Okay. Okay. And then shoreline protection, I'm quite sure, Mayor, and then we were there for the phase 1 inauguration, and then I sit on Valley Water Commission, and then there is a lot of discussion. We are in phase 3 of the project, so I'm quite sure we have a lot of information on that. And then last question, yeah, VMT reduction. So what my feedback is, I think we need to estimate our own VMT reduction or whatever metric we can come up with. It could be a sampling data. Obviously, modeling data seem to be a moving target. So if we don't know whether we are heading in the right direction, it doesn't make any sense, right? All these efforts, we don't know what is the reduction or what is the effect of that. So I would also, yeah, as you mentioned, every 2 years makes sense. Otherwise, we will be just collecting the data with no end in sight. That is, we don't know whether we are making progress or not. Obviously, we are making progress, EV charging and all those things. Oh, regarding the EV charging map, one other thing, do we have any utilization metric? How many, for example, let's say we have 100 EV chargers throughout the city, how many hours it is used or something like that? Do we collect that data?
They're all through different vendors, right? So
okay.
yeah, that I'm not sure if anyone's done. I want to say that SVCE was kind of looking into like the maintenance, so downtime of a charger for maintenance needs or something. And so I can follow up to see if they did publish anything along those lines, but that's gets tricky when there's so many different vendors across the city.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
Hi, thank you for this comprehensive report. I had a question about the shoreline protection, move 6B. So when I look at it, it says that it's no quantifiable target, but does it impact like Moffett Park, or is it something that it won't impact it for 100 years, or how does,
So
and we
the-
recently got the $2.6 million grant. That's really impressive. That's, yeah.
Very excited for that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So for the metrics relating to the cap, these are really more around greenhouse gas emission reductions. And so we don't have any way of estimating sea level rise impacts on GHGs necessarily. It's more of like a consequence of increased greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why we don't have a metric associated with it.
Yeah, I would add that yes, the solution that we're looking for in terms of protecting our shoreline, that will have an impact on Moffett Park and that area. So it is something that we need to kind of address over a longer period of time.
Okay. And then that's on a certain timeline, like if the Army Corps of Engineers delays too much, then we might need a contingency plan or something like that.
Yeah, the project that you just referred to would be the other piece of the puzzle. So we are going to be working as part of the county collaborative in addressing sea level rise as part of that project.
Okay. And then my last question is related to the shuttle, the citywide shuttle. So it said that staff is going to be hired for that. So is that going to have like tangible, like BMT goals or something like were you able to get like numbers from Perry Park shuttle? And then so that, does that help our numbers in any way?
I think we have our Director of Public
Okay.
Works here to answer some of that.
Yeah, certainly with the grant related to the shuttle, there are requirements related to greenhouse gas emissions, right? And so there will be some calculations that are done that might be able to feed into, some sort of reduction that we can show, especially for that last mile from Caltrain and, other things like that. So there will be some data and we'll see how it fits into the data set that they have as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for the great work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had several questions. First up, one of the moves is the electrification of municipal facilities, and kind of listing the upcoming, first the building we're in, and then looking at, the Lakewood Branch Library and all that. From a dashboard standpoint, it would be very useful to see on a yearly basis how much energy we've actually created from that showing how much energy we've created, how much energy we've used, and ultimately showing that we are net zero. But from a tracking standpoint, especially as we're looking at this dashboard, I think that's important. It's like, okay, we're envisioning future facilities and what's being electrified, but capturing the real data and showing, it's not just, oh, we put solar panels on. Here's how much real power we've created and conceivably consumed at those locations. Is important. As far as reduction in landfill organics and food diversion, I didn't remember this, but the 2030 and 2045 goals of 75% are the same. Is there no improvement goal over that 15 years from a organic food or from an organic standpoint? Sorry, wasn't food diversion, it was reduction in landfill organics in general.
Yeah, when we adopted the goals, we used the Senate Bill 1383 regulations as the guide. There is a possibility that we can do more than that. And I think with some of the improvements we're making at the Smart Station and with the food recovery program and the food scraps program, we will likely exceed that. It's just that at that time, we basically said, hey, the 75% is a good goal. There's nothing that's stopping us from exceeding that goal.
Okay, and so from a diversionary standpoint now, I'm trying to remember what we were hitting with. What do we think we're hitting now?
We are hitting 75%.
So we're hitting that 75%.
Yeah.
But okay. So I mixed up whether or not it's a goal or a report.
In terms of meeting SB 1383 regulations, we are already meeting the 75% organics.
Okay. And then VMT. So I know that, and this is kind of the crux of our transportation, which is a big portion of what the greenhouse gases that we're creating are. I know from a VTA standpoint, they were utilizing a service for cell phone data to try to figure out how many whether or not it's passed through traffic, traffic originating and ending within the city, or ending in the city, or originating in the city and going elsewhere. But not that everyone has a phone, but there are services out there, and I don't presume that we're going to pay the money to get that data and get that analysis. That being said, the data is out there, and if whether or not we do it on a yearly basis or every other year, but getting that hard data actually has value as opposed to estimation. And I'm sorry, counts of cars and counts of bikes and all that only has a certain amount of value. So definitely automating bike counts would be valuable, just to see what kind of change in as we, especially as we add bike lanes and other things, but as we encourage, whether or not it's adding bike lanes or just trying to do outreach, education, everything else, what are we seeing as far as bike counts are? But then from an automotive standpoint, what are we seeing in, for cell phone usage and, pick your carrier and understanding that that's only a certain percentage of the traffic,
Right.
but that will at least get us some conceivable real data on VMT. So does staff have any goals as far as that's concerned, or ideas to actually stand on our own as opposed to try to guess?
Yeah, there's Google Environmental Insights produces transportation emission. They have like GHG emissions calculator now. And so one of them is transportation, and that's using similar type data. So they've only had that running for a few years, and they haven't released their 2024 data yet. And I think it was Palo Alto and Fremont, I want to say, that just recently transitioned to use the VMT from Google Insights for their GHG inventory. So that's a very recent development. And then now the data is delayed, and they've been emailing people to understand like if the data is going to come out and who else uses it. So that's come up in our research of alternative methods, and we're just looking to kind of understand that data source better and like who is using it as other cities and what's their experience been with it. So that's one alternative. I haven't looked into purchasing data necessarily, but I can add that to the list.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to add, Mayor, that it is in our work plan to look at alternative metrics. What this exercise this year with the CARB model changing has told us is we do need some local data that basically reflects our Sunnyvale use. So we're going to be working with our transportation friends from Public Works, and they have the staff who know a lot better about this stuff. But we will be working with them on looking at different data sources that are more reflective of our local usage.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have only one other question, which is last week we ditched the study issue process. And a major part of the reason for that was the analysis from the consultant found that we were spending 2,500 staff hours per year on write-ups for things that for the most part weren't approved. And so my question on the greenhouse gas inventory is, do we have a rough estimate on the number of staff hours we're spending per year on that? And even better, do we have an estimate of that as compared to the staff hours we're spending on CAP implementation generally?
We can follow up with you with those numbers. Yeah, I think that'd be best.
I'm just going to say that I would very much appreciate you all following up, but don't spend too much time. Thank you.
I'm just going to add, Councilmember, that it's in addition to the number of hours, it's also the difficulty in getting the data from all the different agencies and the number of follow-ups we have to make to get all the data. We never get the data from PG&E on time. So, it's a surprise, but that's the other issue, is that we're trying to get all this in a timely manner, and we are waiting on all this information and then trying to get all this stuff together to meet the timeline. So that's the other piece of the puzzle in addition to the time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of council questions. Looks like it. Let me go ahead and open up public comment on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Use your raised hand feature now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. First up is Crystal W., followed by Charlene L.
Mayor Klein and council members, thank you, and to the staff for having this annual check-in on the playbook and game plan 2028. It's really appreciated. The online scoreboard is a great way to learn the progress and check the leading and lagging metrics. I'm just curious when the scoreboard will be updated to show the 2024 emissions, the progress toward the strategic targets, and the move status for the end of fiscal year 25. And considering that gas usage in buildings continues to be the second highest emissions sector, One of the most impactful items is the delayed Move 2B, Green Building Program update. Kudos to the city for passing REACH codes relating to remodels and replacements in existing single-family homes in response to AB 130. Now that those are passed and the 2025 building code is adopted, when will the Green Building Program update come to council? I hope that additional focus will be on commercial building requirements or incentives, considering their larger impact on emissions than residential. As an example, AC to heat pump requirements during commercial replacements is something other cities are considering. It is important to keep our eye on the target and identify ways to get back on schedule for delayed moves. Moves, especially in transportation, strategy 3 are foundational to reduce VMT over time. How can VMT reduction-related moves be pulled in sooner? It's been suggested before, but perhaps the city could self-fund some of the ATP. Despite the considerable staff time needed to report greenhouse gas emissions annually, I do think it's important to continue to do yearly reporting and especially timely scorecard updates on the status of the 2030 and 2045 leading indicator metrics for each play. Congratulations on the new hires to support the CAP and especially the sustainability librarian. Keep up the great work happening in multiple departments, but let's go faster and find ways to catch up on delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charlene L.
Hi, this is Charlene Liu. Thank you for taking my input and thanks to sustainability staff for presenting such a thorough assessment of our situation. I'm concerned about the metrics for VMT and transportation emissions. I feel we need to be more precise with our measurements. It's currently not a very meaningful metric because, as staff said, we're just interpolating from year to year based on a 2013 projection of where our VMT is going. So it doesn't reflect reality. And at the same time, we are spending millions of dollars, whether it's grant money, but also a lot of staff time on building out our active transportation network. And we don't know how much benefit that is making. Of course, I strongly believe it is making a benefit, but we don't know how much, and we don't know how much more we need to do and how much like putting in class 4 bike lanes is making what kind of influence that's making toward our VMT reduction and our emissions reduction. So it's vitally important that we have a better handle on what each of our interventions are toward better active transportation, better mass transit. And so I do encourage, as some council members have said, to do our own way of measuring VMT and bike volume and car volume. And it doesn't have to be a comprehensive measure, which I know is very difficult. It could be just a relative measure from year to year. Are we improving our bike usage? And we don't necessarily need to measure every single bike that's being used in Sunnyvale. We just have to measure what it is on some major roads and do it from year to year and compare it from year to year. And that will give us a very good indication of how much our bike ridership is increasing. Same with car usage. We can just do it on some major roads, and that will give us an indication of how much our VMT is decreasing. And so this is car volume and bike volume I'm talking about, not necessarily miles traveled by either kind of transportation. And by measuring volume seems to me a lot easier than measuring miles traveled, because all you need to do is put up a relatively inexpensive sensor at each of these major roads, and it can be done automatically and collected automatically, and therefore hopefully not impose more on the sustainability staff time to get us our important metrics. Thank you very much. But before I go, I just want to say in my remaining time, it's important to keep the electric vehicle and bike usage separate. Don't combine them. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, do we have any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council for any final comments or questions. Councilmember Mellinger.
Are you looking for a motion on the greenhouse gas reporting or anything else?
There, no motion.
No motion. Okay, I have no further questions or comments then.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
One of the public commenters talked about evaluating how effective our bike lanes are doing, like maybe how effective bike lanes are increasing for the type 4 versus the type 2, or, different things like that. Would that be a study issue, or is that something that is a project within, the ATP, or what? Any thoughts on that? Increasing, how do you know how effective, we're investing a lot into bike lanes, and then how do we know if we invested more into type 4, then we might get more ridership or anything like that? Is that a study issue, or is that just something we're doing, or?
I think it's something we're trying to do. It's very difficult to measure how much the particular lane did increase, but we are looking to try to utilize certain technologies, whether it's some of the camera equipment that we have at the signals, or even some of the Bluetooth type readers, where we can actually then start to count bikes and pedestrians, maybe even in cars, so we can have some of that data at specific locations. So we're already trying to do that because the data is just beneficial regardless of anything. Sometimes it's hard to attribute it that was directly related to some improvement, but you can see it before and after in some cases, and we do counts on before and after on several of our projects when we have grants that we're required to do.
Oh, that's great. And then since you're doing that, how might it be reported in some way, if that's important, just so the public knows that, wow, we've increased all these bike lanes, and we see some other cities, they say, we have this many ridership percentage, and then this year it increased. Or is there any, we're into dashboards, is there anything, since you're already collecting the data, would it go into a dashboard, or any thoughts? Or
I think that's one of the things with the active transportation planner on board, right? We're looking at various ways to, not only, do more projects and try to get things done, but also how to present that information and use that information to kind of show how we're progressing as well. So that is more to come on that, and we're working on some ideas related to that specifically.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's.
Other thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I think you mentioned somewhere that you wanted to see if council supported reducing certain efforts so you can put more into implementation, and whether council supported that. So I support that, just in the same way that we streamline the study issue process, take that towards the your climate action plan, figure out well, if we invested that into implementing as opposed to categorizing them, and like you mentioned, do it 2 years instead of every year, and so I'd support that.
Okay, that was the last comments and questions from council. So thank you very much. Thanks for the data, and looking for all the efforts that your team will be presenting over the next year.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to our general business. Our next item is item 25-0104, discussion and direction regarding modification of the guiding principle of Sunnyvale's Vision Zero plan. As staff is changing over. Sorry to rush you. Take your time. Good evening. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is a staff report. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Angela Obeso. I'm the Transportation and Traffic Manager here at the City of Sunnyvale in Public Works. And tonight I'm here to present to you something that came about as the result of a colleague's memo, discussion on the modification of one of the guiding principles in our Vision Zero plan. So just a brief refresher. Our Vision Zero plan was adopted by council in July of 2019. And as part of that, there was a vision statement and 7 guiding principles. The topic for tonight's discussion is one of those guiding principles, which I'll go into detail in a moment. Here are the 7. I'm not going to go through and read them all. The one of discussion tonight is number 3. Safety is a primary consideration in the development of transportation projects for all users. Other related plans and policies that connect to and support the Vision Zero plan and vice versa. We have several in our general plan land use and transportation element. There's more than a handful in there that relate to similar concepts. There's also the ATP, which you were just discussing, the Sunnyvale Complete Streets policy. There's a council policy specifically about bike facilities, and there are various sections within our Muni Code that relate to traffic engineering, things of that nature. And then finally, the Federal Americans with Disability Act and the associated standards and requirements that we have in relation to that. So coming to the colleagues memo back in April of 2024, a colleagues memo was presented to bring this item to council for discussion for restoring the originally proposed language of guiding principle number 3. So when the Vision Zero plan came before council back in 2019, the originally proposed language for that number 3 item was safety takes priority over efficiency. And after council discussion, it was approved by council as it reads today, which I've just read on that previous slide. As this is a colleagues memo for purposes of council discussion on an agenda, there is no staff recommendation. So with that, we're available if you have any questions, but open for council discussion.
Thank you. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I only have one question. It is from the council questions. It's not actually mine, but this was very insightful. Question 3.2. Staff response is council question, how does the wording safety of all roadway users takes priority over efficiency compare to other cities' wordings on their Vision Zero plans? And staff's response was that many cities don't actually have an equivalent set of guiding principles. And that the examples that you found that did have those did not include any mention of efficiency, but a focus on safety alone. For example, South Lake Tahoe, human life and health are prioritized within all aspects of transportation systems. Can you speak a little more to what you found when you went and looked at other cities' Vision Zero policies in this regard?
Certainly, I admit I didn't do an extensive search of every Vision Zero plan within the state or even within the area. I searched for those that I thought were applicable, and I looked for some kind of equivalent set of principles, key principles, guiding principles, whatever, what have you. For the most part, they had mission statements or vision statements that were all focused around safety. I looked through those as well. I looked at Mountain View, San Jose, South Lake Tahoe, a handful of others that I found. And I did not find any specific reference to or comparison to efficiency.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we talked a little bit about, so and that was my council question. I was going to ask it again, but I appreciate that. But I'll re-ask the other question about the policies change about safety and efficiency, and conceivably from a project standpoint, looking at like Wolf and Fair Oaks, that conceivably the safest thing is reducing them down to 1 lane in each direction. Conceivably would make it safest for bicyclists along that corridor. But from an efficiency standpoint, it would cause gridlock from a city standpoint. Can you talk a little bit about that, the concept of the trade-off between efficiency and safety?
Sure. So as staff, safety is at the forefront of our minds all the time. That's honestly why I got into this business. And so, it's not that we're making trade-offs of safety over other things. But in relation to that, we're looking at all road users. We're looking at all modes of travel. And so in a case, the example that you mentioned, if we were to remove a vehicle lane to add a bike lane, then the conversation would be about what safety trade-offs are you making? Because if it could be a more safe scenario for bicyclists, but if there is congestion and associated accidents that happen with that related to vehicles, then it could be less safe for other modes or for all the modes combined. And so when we look at a project, we take all of these policies and plans, all of our training, all of our knowledge, and we look to find what we think are the alternatives to present to council that we believe are safe, and try to balance all, not just the road users and their efficiency or capacity, but also the safety of all users to try to reduce collisions overall. And that's one of the main goals of Vision Zero, is to greatly reduce or eliminate collisions.
And I appreciate that, definitely. And I don't like to normally deal with theoreticals, but to me that kind of shows that general kind of trade-off. And especially when we're talking about greenhouse gases, nothing would create more greenhouse gases than tons of cars sitting, bumper to bumper trying to get through our city. So, and any other, let's see, did I have another issue that I want? I guess that's it for now. Let me see no other questions coming from council. Let me open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. First up is Kevin J., followed by Charlene L.
Good evening. I applaud the council for reconsidering the wording of the Vision Zero plan in order to make it more effective. The proposed change may seem small, but it is very significant in terms of getting our priorities in order. Sunnyvale Safe Streets has offered 2 recommendations, and I want to encourage you to adopt the second one. Safety takes priority over all non-transportation uses of the road. The reason for this is that every public street that I am aware of has adequate space to achieve its primary purpose, which is to provide safe and efficient transportation for all users. The most significant and consistent barrier to this is the dangerous but persistent belief by some that the convenience of non-transportation use, specifically street parking, should outweigh the safety concerns of the most vulnerable transportation users. This results in treating the minimum safety standards as a ceiling rather than a floor, regardless of the compelling reasons to provide a greater margin of safety beyond the bare minimum. By requiring that proponents of any non-transportation use must show that it will not adversely affect the safety of any transportation users, our public streets can serve the safety and efficiency needs of all transportation modes. And that is what we should aim to achieve before considering any non-essential use that adversely impacts the safety of the transportation users. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charlene L.
Hello, I'm Charlene Liu, and I also strongly support the wording of the guiding principle number 3 to be worded as safety takes priority over all non-transportation uses of the road. And I think that's important because when we concentrate on just efficiency, we miss other things like car parking and other things that could impact the safety. And it's so just that's the main thing I want to say. I want to encourage you to consider a broader guiding principle that can be more comprehensive. And I'm curious also, this interesting thing that Ms. Obeso said about congestion being dangerous. This is something that I have not thought a whole lot about. I'm curious to know whether congestion causes deaths, and how it compares to if we had the same amount of cyclists on the road, whether car congestion would cause more deaths, whether to drivers or to cyclists, and whether if we did a road diet and then cyclists can then have a safe, protected bikeway to go down, whether that would decrease deaths. So it's just an interesting thing you brought up. Curious to learn more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Martin P., followed by Steve S. Martin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Council. I mostly just had a process issue regarding tonight's item. The item before you tonight is to restore the Vision Zero language to the original draft language as presented on July 30th of 2019. And I watched that hearing. I looked at the minutes. I watched in real time. I looked at the minutes, and I'd say that it took about 15 minutes to change the language back in the 2019 meeting. So this colleague's memo was agendized April 9th, 2024. That's about a year and a half ago. And this is to revert language that was already in a staff report that was already studied. And again, it took about 15 minutes to change. I'm just really curious why it took about a year and a half to essentially revert a 15-minute change, because that kind of seems inordinate to me. I also have thoughts on, I live on Fair Oaks. I don't really ever want to try to cross Fair Oaks either on foot or on car if it was down to 1 lane. And I think you would actually see some, I think the factor you'd see if that happened would be people's risk tolerance trying to make turns would increase significantly, because otherwise they just would not be able to cross or make the turn. And I suspect that would cause problems. I don't know whether the problems would be worse than the problems that already is. Just when I was driving earlier today to get pizza, I saw a front bumper that was on the sidewalk. So I don't know, but I think that's an item for when any of the Fair Oaks Complete Street issues gets brought forward. So thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve S. Steve, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Okay, thank you. I think the existing wording of guiding principle number 3 is perfectly adequate, and we should certainly stay with it. Safety is a primary consideration in the development of transportation projects for all users. This understands that the pragmatic approach is there's a balance, and city staff has already brought that up several times in discussions about bicycle lanes and pork chop turns and those kind of things. We can't have an absolute somewhere. If you want to take priority, let's make all of our streets be 10 miles an hour and have public safety officers at every intersection individually directing each turn and each forward movement. That's not going to happen. The congestion does create safety hazards. You go down to road diets, you get gridlock on something, emergency vehicles can't get through. A couple needs to get to the hospital. They're going into labor for their baby, and it's taken a longer. Public safety has already written to the council and to the community several times before about our road configurations and some of the changes we make. Let's take Ticonderoga and Mary Avenue has those white vertical bumpers in there. As I have secondhand feedback that the neighbors have talked to the fire station, and the fire station is having a big problem getting the trucks in and out with those things there. They may be in the wrong position. So whether it took 15 minutes or 15 hours to come up with this before, I think the wording that we have here correctly communicates the pragmatic view that there's always a balance that has to be done, and there isn't an absolute thing. We don't want a club that somebody tries to use to bludgeon the design of a road or bludgeon a neighborhood about street parking or something like that. We need to balance each of these every time. So I do encourage you to leave it as is. I think that there is nothing that needs to be changed with it, and I think that its purpose serves the intended purpose, which is to say safety is a primary consideration in the development of transportation projects for all users. And I think that says it very well, succinctly, and I do encourage you to leave it exactly as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, a comment, and then a motion possibly. But I'll start with the question. We did hear the process question from Mr. Pine regarding, the time it took for this to come back. And I'd just love to hear staff's perspective on that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. That one's on me. As I ramped up into this position, I felt there were higher level priorities that we were addressing at the time, including other bike projects, and I wanted staff focused on getting those things over the finish line as rapidly as possible. The actual process of doing this or bringing this change to council didn't take a year and a half. It took about 15 minutes. It was just a staff report and coming to council, but it was really just when that could come into the queue of work and giving staff the breathing room to get some of the other priorities done first.
That's a very good answer, and I'm perfectly satisfied with that. I think the concern would be if it had taken more than about 15 minutes of work. Okay. Comment I did want to make briefly is we did hear a question from the public, and there's been some discussions on, okay, does gridlock have a safety impact? And I would argue that it does, and it is a highly negative one. There are many potential resolutions to gridlock. Solving gridlock has sometimes very non-obvious solutions. You can demonstrate mathematically that sometimes removing a road segment can solve gridlock. You would think that that's impossible, but there's various counterintuitive results like that. However, I'd like to name a couple. When you include health as part of safety, it's well known that gridlock has serious health consequences over time. It can induce road rage, it can induce dangerous driving, there's various other problems. It can block emergency response. If we're getting really second or third order, if you strangle your economy because no one can move anything, then people's health and safety is obviously not going very well. So I would say that, a road change that led to the creation of gridlock would not, in my opinion, be a road change that promoted safety. So that's one thing I will say. I would like to try and put forward a motion, but if any of my colleagues have further questions before I do that, I will defer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. My question in the Monday morning questions was the one about, would modifying the adopted Vision Zero plan impact any specific projects or programs in the remaining years? And staff said no. What would be the next time that we would go through the development process for the next Vision Zero plan?
You know, a Division Zero plan, I don't think has like a timeline specifically on when it has to be updated or anything. We do have the active transportation plan on a certain amount of time that we do it about every 10 years. And so that'll be coming forward. And so as part of that, some of the things that we look at is, can we combine plans? You know, before we had a pedestrian plan and a bicycle plan and a safe routes to school plan, and the active transportation plan included all those. So the Vision Zero could be, you know, looked at as maybe incorporating those into the active transportation plan potentially. So we'll just have to look at that and see, but we don't have a specific timeline at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks. I know we are spending more than 15 minutes arguing about this, but anyway, my question is very similar to what Councilmember Chang asked. That is this change affecting any project or project implementation or project design? Any of these things? Will it change anything?
I think the short answer still is no. You know, as I said before, safety is at the forefront of our minds all the time. And so we look to find that combination, the collaboration between the safest, the most efficient, and what we're hearing from the community as well. And then we present those options. We will never present an option to you that we feel is not safe. I'll guarantee you that. But then we present those options that we think are the best that we and our consultants have come up with and present it to you. And then we have all these policies in place to help us develop those options and for you to make the decision on which one to move forward with.
And I'll add just a little bit to that. I think, you know, Angela, a key point is the policies, right? The other policies that we have. And we have a lot of policies that are similar in nature in the general plan, the LUT. And they talk a lot about, you know, safety and movement of all modes of travel within the right of way and safety and those sorts of things. So we already have a lot of these things in place. Plus, just as engineers and as traffic engineers, our whole goal is to try to reduce, you know, collisions and try to improve safety on these roadways. So that's what we're working to do. So it's already ingrained in the way that we do things is really what it comes down to.
Thank you. And then one thing I would add is safety. When you say safety for all users, right? So, and then I'm also, I like what Councilmember Mellinger said about gridlock. Gridlock is not only greenhouse gas emission kind of a thing, but also emotionally, if we are late for a meeting or child's appointment or doctor appointment, any of those things, those are anxious situations. So we need to make sure that road is safe for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mellinger, your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have some proposed language on this. And that is, I propose that we modify the language of priority 3 to read, safety for all users is the top priority in the development of transportation projects. I'll say that again. Safety for all users is the top priority in the development of transportation projects.
Vice Mayor Sell.
Yeah, I would support that if it was a motion.
It is. Thank you very much.
I'll second it.
So I'm going to explain briefly how we got to this language. And Councilmember Sell, Vice Mayor Sell authored this colleague's memo with me, and we had the chance to discuss briefly some proposed language. I'm very open to amendments, as always. So this is substantially derived from the current language, but with some simpler terminology. So instead of primary consideration, we're saying top priority. Some more natural grammar. So we're putting for all users at the beginning where it is clearly modifying safety rather than transportation projects. And then emphasizing safety by saying it is the top priority rather than a top priority. So again, safety for all users is the top priority of in the development of transportation projects. So to this motion, I think that what we're talking about here is a statement of values, and it is really important to get your statement of values right. And priority and value 3, as it was written, in my opinion, doesn't mean much, right? It's not making, the original language, safety takes priority over efficiency, was a very clear statement, right? It is a very clear, potentially controversial statement. Whereas safety is a primary consideration doesn't say much. Of course, it's a primary consideration, but the point of Vision Zero as a movement is that safety needs to be the primary consideration. It needs to be the top priority. Beyond that, so this is a statement of values. I agree that this is not necessarily going to have a huge direct impact on any given project recommendation. I think that this is more for us. It is more for us as council as we are deciding, what policy proposals to go forward with. It is for a statement of values for the community that says we're putting safety number one. There have been some questions about like, oh, well, are we going to do safety at all expense? And the answer is no, because if we were to say, oh, we're just going to ban cars, we're going to shut down our roads and no one can drive a car anymore because it's unsafe. Well, the knock-on effects of that would harm the safety of this community badly, right? What we're saying, this is not saying that we are going to be stupid about this. An analogy that I'd use is that if you have a collection of weights, you have a 5-pound, a 6-pound, an 8-pound, a 10-pound weight. The 10-pound weight is the heaviest, but the others in certain circumstances can outweigh it. Safety is the top priority. It's not the only consideration. Sometimes we do have to accept risk. We always have to accept risk. But what we're saying is that as a community, we're putting safety first, and that's going to be our top priority. So I'm open to amendments, but I respectfully urge my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for staff. Do you see the wording change as laid out here affecting, and I know this to me is a last minute change. I wish this had been a council question as opposed to a something that's being made during a motion. Staff has had no time to evaluate it. What is your take on the wording change?
I didn't see it written out. My computer literally just died right now. I was trying to type it, but I just listening to it directly, it doesn't. I don't think that it would change anything the way we do things. So certainly if the wording is what council wants to do and make that a little bit clearer, that seems to be fine with us. But I don't think it really changes the way that we would evaluate. I think it seems to be similar or the same thing of what we're doing now.
Okay, I appreciate that. I understand it's difficult to evaluate at the last minute. So, okay. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
Okay. Thank you to staff for considering this one and us changing it. I think it's clear, simple language, which I think it goes in line with what we did with our strategic priorities. We made the strategic priorities like a responsive, transparent, and efficient government. So it's clear and simple. And so safety being a priority is, as you said, it's something we already do. So it just makes it clearer. And so that's why I support it, because it's simple language that already reflects what we do as a city when we approach transportation, making safety a priority. So that's why I support this motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Adding to Mayor's question, this is for, I know city manager is busy. Will it add more work to staff?
This particular language change? No, I think what Public Works is saying is accurate, and what the motion says, it's a value. It is as the Director Taylor pointed out, it aligns with a lot of other policies that we already have in place. So no, I don't think it significantly changes our approach.
Okay. In that case, I am supporting this motion for some of the reasons Councilmember Mellinger said, that is safety being the first word here, and then top priority is the second emphasis, and then all users is another emphasis here. So those are the orders I would see, and then this motion has those things. Thank you. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger, do you have a clarification?
Yes, I did just want to add one quick thing on the matter of council questions. This was actually substantially inspired by the council question I saw about efficiency. Seeing that other cities largely were not citing efficiency in they're saying, oh, safety over efficiency. No, it's just safety. And so that was a big part of my rationale is, oh, well, safety over efficiency, safety over non-transportation uses, safety over, let's not just try and come up with a list of everything safety goes over. Let's just say it's the top priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. Staff ultimately has lots of priorities, and when they're looking at new projects and all this, I think from a wording standpoint, you know, when we did the 15-minute change, when this wording was first chosen, there's a lot of discussion on what made sense from a staff standpoint, and a strong case was made that to change that wording. I think this corrects that. At the end of the day, staff has a lot of different policy in place and looking forward to create safe solutions that meet all the different needs. And so, yeah, I don't think ultimately this dramatically changes their operation in any way. So they will come, you know, with safe solutions as always, and, you know, safe recommendations for the BPAC, for council, you know, as they're doing those designs. And I think, you know, there's a lot of different policies to make sure that all the needs of the roads are being met. So I appreciate the time. Seems like we spent a long time on it, but I'll be supporting the motion. And with that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. We'll move on to, we'll now adjourn to a joint meeting with the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. Good evening. Let's call to order the joint meeting with the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of October 28th, 2025 at 9:43 p.m. This joint meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council and the successor agency can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to agenda items being considered by council and the successor agency for a consent calendar and public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the joint meeting's authority, generally referred to as our subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are related to an agenda item, are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Agency Chair Mayor Klein.
Present.
Agency Vice Chair Vice Mayor Sell.
Present.
Agency Member Councilmember Cisneros. Agency Member Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Agency Member Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Agency Member Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Agency Member Councilmember Lay. 5 present with Agency Member Councilmembers Cisneros and Lay absent.
And those absences are excused. Next up is oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the joint meeting on topics not listed on the agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes, may be extended or continued after the general section General business section of the meeting, individuals can only speak once during oral communications. This joint meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that the council and the successor agency can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the joint meeting's authority, generally referred to as our subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council and the successor agency's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows the joint meeting to be conducted in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak under oral communications?
No authority, Chair Mayor.
Thank you. I will close oral communications and move on to our consent calendar. I'll open up public comment on our consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards. City clerk, is there anyone remote?
No authority, Chair Mayor.
Thank you. I will close public comment on consent calendar and bring it back to council and the successor agency. Agency Vice Chair Sell.
I would like to move to approve consent calendar item 4A.
Thank you. Agency Member Srinivasan.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with agency member Cisneros Sunlay absent.
Thank you. Let's move to general business. Our one item is 25-0960, adopt resolutions of the City Council and the successor agency approving a compensation agreement to allow the transfer of certain properties used for public parking from the successor agency to the city and authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement a compensation agreement. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. Just hold on a second. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Agency Chair, and council members, agency members. With this item, we're taking the first step towards winding down and ultimately dissolving the successor agency to the former Sunnyvale Redevelopment Agency. And we're going to do that by approving an agreement that will be the first step in allowing the successor agency to transfer the 3 downtown parking garages to the city. Now, I'm sure there may be some members of the public who are wondering, what is the successor agency and why does it own these garages? And never fear, I'm here to try to explain that. So tonight we're going to take a couple of actions, and specifically those actions will be to adopt resolutions of the City Council and the successor agency to approve the compensation agreement that would allow the transfer of these public parking garages and authorize the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement that and to implement the compensation agreement. So what garages are we talking about? This slide shows the garages. We're talking about the 2 parking garages on Tafe Street and the garage next to the Whole Foods AMC Theater. Some of us old timers in the city still call that the Penny's Garage, even though JCPenney has been gone for about 20 years. These garages are leased, maintained, and operated by the downtown developer STC Venture, also known as City Line. I want to correct something that I said in the RTC that was inaccurate. I put in there that the lease for the parking garages has a term of 75 years, but I forgot that it was actually extended through one of the agreements we have with City Line to match the 99-year agreement. So it actually expires in the year 2115. So here just is another view. This is a map from the Downtown Specific Plan. The red dots show where the 3 garages are. And I just wanted to mention that the
blocks that the garages are on in the downtown specific plan are called subblocks 1, 2, and 5. However, when we talk about the town center, we call them blocks. So when I mention block 5, I'm talking about subblock 5. That can sometimes get a little confusing, but that's just how it ended up happening. I'm not sure why. So to understand why we're here tonight, we have to go all the way back to 1945. When the state of California enacted the Redevelopment Act. This law gave cities the ability to create redevelopment agencies, which were known as RDAs. RDAs were a way for cities to revitalize neighborhoods that were perceived as blighted. And in 1951, the state created an important financing tool called tax increment financing. This redirected a share of property tax revenue from the redevelopment area back into the RDA to fund additional redevelopment activity. In 1957, Sunnyvale formed an RDA and defined a redevelopment area that was bounded by Washington, Matilda, Iowa, and Sunnyvale Avenues. And then the largest RDA project that the city ever initiated was in the 1970s with the construction of the Sunnyvale Town Center Mall in the downtown. The successor agency used its eminent domain powers and private purchases to acquire privately owned parcels in the downtown area, and then transferred 24 acres approximately to the developer of the Sunnyvale Town Center Mall. The RDA retained a portion of the property in the town center, where the RDA constructed a large parking garage to support the mall. Here's a couple of historic photos of the Sunnyvale Mall. Unfortunately, by the 1990s, the mall was struggling financially. There were many store closures, and basically the mall wasn't located in a convenient location where it could really compete with other regional malls like Valley Fair. In 1999, the struggling mall was sold to a new owner called American Mall Properties, or abbreviated AMP. That sale was with the exception of the 3 anchor stores, Macy's, JCPenney, and Montgomery Ward, which were separately owned property. AMP had an ambitious proposal to expand and renovate the mall. As part of that project, the successor agency and AMP agreed to a land swap, where the successor agency became the owner of the surface parking lots next to Macy's and JCPenney. We call those Block 6. The Macy's parking lot is on Block 6. JCPenney was on Block 5. Unfortunately, AMP declared bankruptcy in 2002 without ever starting the mall renovations. However, during this time, the RDA constructed a parking garage on the Block 5 parcel next to the JCPenney building. And here's a 1990s town center map, which is, I think is kind of interesting to look at. So on the west side, you can see the large RDA-owned parking garage. You can see the mall with the redwood trees that were kind of crammed into this center courtyard. And then over on the east side are the surface parking lots. And I put the Sunnyvale logo to show the parcels that were owned by the RDA after the 1999 land swap. So basically the 4 corners of the area are RDA owned at this point. And many people will remember that in the 2000s, there were 2 failed redevelopment projects in the downtown. The first project, which was a developer called Forum or Fourth Quarter, never broke ground, but did purchase the Penny's building, which was very important in the future because it allowed the recreation of the Murphy Street grid in the downtown. And then in 2007, a new developer took over, but that project was halted by the Great Recession in 2009. Meanwhile, however, the RDA completed the 2 multi-story garages on Tafe Street. So here's a 2007 parcel map that highlights the RDA
RDA-owned parcels in 2007. You can see the 3 garages and the Macy's lot on Block 6. By this time, JCPenney was gone, Macy's was still in business, and Target had purchased the old Montgomery Ward and built their new store there. So while we were waiting for the economy to improve and litigation over the last failed development to resolve, the state in 2012 abolished redevelopment agencies. And the reason they did this was to redirect the tax increment that I talked about a minute ago from the RDAs back to the taxing entities such as schools. Upon dissolution, the Sunnyvale RDA's property automatically was transferred to a new entity called the successor agency to the former Sunnyvale Redevelopment Agency. Successor agencies were legally tasked with disposing of their property and satisfying all of their enforceable legal obligations with the goal of ultimately dissolving the successor agency. However, because the RDAs typically had long-term contractual obligations, many of them had to stay in existence, including Sunnyvale's. And while they're in existence, they are overseen by a county oversight board that includes the taxing entities that receive property tax from that city. There's 9 of those taxing entities that were answerable to in Sunnyvale. It includes the County of Santa Clara, special districts, and school districts that serve Sunnyvale. And essentially, when we deal with the oversight board, we're dealing with the county because they're the largest taxing entity, and the oversight board generally follows their direction. We are also a taxing entity as the city, but we only have 1 vote on the oversight board. So this slide shows the city line, the current city line project. And as everyone knows, from the years 2015 to present, we found a new developer, STC Venture, also known as City Line, and they've completed a number of projects in the downtown. In 2019, the Macy's parking lot, Block 6, was transferred to STC Venture. So that leaves the successor agency as the owner of the 3 garages. The status of the successor agency is that it can't dissolve as long as it still owns property. All the other RDA property has been transferred at this point, except those 3 garages. We've been in discussions with the county for several years about transferring the parking garages from the successor agency to the city. But for a long time, the county was insisting on what's called a compensation agreement, where the city would agree to share future revenues from the garages with the taxing entities. And the reason for that was because there's some contractually dedicated private parking in the garages for the residents of the apartments and employees of the businesses. And therefore, the county took the position that if the city ever receives revenue from the private uses in the future, that money should be shared with the taxing entities. And we didn't find that term acceptable, so those discussions kind of stalled for a number of years. However, more recently, we were able to negotiate an agreement with the county, which is still called a compensation agreement, but it doesn't require any type of payment or future revenue sharing. The compensation that the city will provide is that we're going to take the responsibility for the cleanup and monitoring of perchloroethylene contamination, which exists on the Block 5 parcel, underneath the garage that's next to the AMC Theater and Whole Foods. Perchloroethylene, which is also called PCE, got into the soil and groundwater from old dry cleaners that operated there in the 50s and 60s. The PCE contamination was discovered in 2007 on Blocks 5 and 6. It underwent aggressive remediation. And STC Venture is currently responsible for all the costs on Block 6, and we split the cost of Block 5 50-50 with them until the year 2115. Currently, the levels of PCE are low enough, it's only required to be monitored. So here on this slide,
We have a breakdown of costs of the remediation and monitoring. As you can see, it was fairly costly in the first few years, but in the past 5 years, it's been really a de minimis amount per year. Again, just monitoring costs. Of course, there are, future costs that the city would be responsible for if we become the owner of the garage. We would, have to replace equipment. There could be additional remediation or additional monitoring activities that we're required to do in the future. However, we think overall that the benefits of owning the garages outweigh the risks of some potential costs in the future associated with that cleanup. We are talking about a very low concentration of molecules of PCE that slowly percolate up through the soil. And it's really only a risk to people in enclosed spaces. There's fairly standard remediation that can be done or mitigation. We have housing developments in Sunnyvale that have been constructed on, other groundwater contaminated sites, and it's not a risk as long as there's appropriate ventilation in the underneath the building, and there's vapor barriers installed to prevent those gases from accumulating in the house. So, as I mentioned, currently the PCE levels, don't require any active remediation, but they do require monitoring. And as part of our agreement with the county's agreed to recommend that we are reimbursed for the cost of a 10-year environmental insurance policy. After those 10 years, if we wanted to buy another policy, the city would have to pay for that. The quotes we've gotten are, between $150,000 and $250,000 in that ballpark for 10 years, one payment. So it's a fairly low risk for an insurer, and so the cost reflects that it's relatively low. So staff recommends to approve the compensation agreement that will allow the parking garages to be transferred, authorize the city manager to take actions to transfer the garages and assign existing successor agency agreements to the city. And once the taxing entities and the Department of Finance approve the agreement, we can start the process to dissolve the successor agency. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. Thanks for the history of the area. The first question I have is, does city or the parking garages generate any revenue?
Currently, no, they don't, because they're required to be used for free public parking currently.
Parking, yeah. But did they ever generate revenue? No.
They've never had paid parking in those garages. In the future, if the city owns the garages, we could negotiate. We would be free to negotiate with the developer for different uses or different revenue activities. I don't, whatever those are in the future, I don't know. But we wouldn't be beholden to the county and the taxing entities for that.
So why was county asking for rev share?
So they took the position that to transfer the property from the successor agency to the city, under the lot has to be for a public purpose. And they took the position that because there are some contractually dedicated private parking in the Tafe Street garages, that there was a non-public purpose to that. And therefore, they should be the taxing entities should be compensated under the state law.
Okay, so city would, it's not revenue share, but then some compensation.
Their theory was that in the future, if there was ever paid parking in the garages, that the city would have to pay some of that revenue to the taxing entities.
So now we are not
Right,
obligated.
right. Through this compensation agreement, there's no revenue sharing. We will own it free and clear.
Okay, very good. Then the PCE cleanup. Can we charge, looks like over the years, yeah, of course it has come down, but why didn't city charge it to the owner of, or obviously dry cleaner would have
Right.
long gone, but
Yeah, the dry cleaners were long gone by that point. We did actually go after some old insurance policies, and I think we recovered about $1 million in insurance money from old policies we had that covered property in the downtown. But there really wasn't any other owners to go after who were still in existence.
Okay.
These were mom and pop businesses.
yeah, and then they were just dumping chemicals into.
Right. I mean, back in the 50s and 60s, they would pour the dry cleaning fluid into the sewer,
Right,
just down the drain. So it would, because of leaks in the pipes and so on, it would, cracks, it would get out into the
Right.
soil.
Obviously, pipes would melt or who knows.
Mhm.
Anyway, thank you.
Councilmember, I'll just add though that we did, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did transfer the liability on block 6 for the contamination that was
Right.
over there to the developers. So we did make some progress in relieving the city's liability there in the past.
Yeah, you also mentioned it's a 50-50 deal.
It's 50-50, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Agency member, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Agency Chair Mayor Klein. Sorry. At the risk of asking you to speculate on the motivation of another public agency's actions, why did the county soften its stance on this issue?
Because because of the environmental contamination. So the city didn't have to take the properties back. So the county wants to wind down the redevelopment agency, and B, they don't want the environmental liability. So that would have remained with the taxing entities until it was gone, and there's no anticipated end date to that. So it strengthened our position. That is why we did negotiate the 10-year payment for the insurance, though, to give us some interim protection in the meantime.
They wanted the liability off the books. Got it.
Yeah, it was worth it to give up maybe someday there would be some revenue that they might get if we started charging for parking.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Agency Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Sell.
I have a question. So, sometimes when there's like a chemical in a building, sometimes there's like, before someone walks in a building, there's a declaration that, you're walking into this building. And is there anything like that for this, or anything we're required to declare?
So I don't believe so, because basically what's on that parcel is a parking garage, and there's, no one is using that property in a way that they would be exposed to PCE. It's, there's concrete and asphalt over it, and there's a lot, the parking garages are open, so the air moves through them, and it's, as I said, it's only a risk when it accumulates over long periods of time inside a building, and a person is exposed for a long time to it, because it's at a very small concentration. There's just, molecules in the air that can, build up over time in an enclosed space.
Okay. And then the payment that we pay once a year, it's to prove that we're in compliance, and then we get some report or something like that.
Right. There's some monitoring wells on the site, and we have a consultant that writes a report every year that we have to submit to the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was the last of questions. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Agency Chair Mayor.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing. We will need two separate motions, one for council and then one for the successor agency. If there's no questions, Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to make a motion for the city. Alternative one, adopt the resolution in attachment 1 to the report to approve the compensation agreement in attachment 3 to the report to allow the transfer of certain properties used for public parking from the successor agency to the city, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the compensation agreement.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
Thank you. To your motion.
So staff has presented the compliance that they do yearly, and that these garages bring so much benefit to our community. So I'm glad that the city can buy it. So I hope my colleagues support this.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Agency Chair Mayor Klein. This seems like a really boring item. This is a fantastically exciting item. Being able to finally, 13 years after the abolition of redevelopment, wind down the redevelopment successor agency is great. But having the city own these parking garages free and clear in the heart of our downtown, that's really incredibly valuable. That's incredibly valuable. It means that we are, I think it might be safe to say, finally in complete control of the destiny of our downtown. I respectfully urge my colleagues I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Sell, did you have? Okay. I have a few words to say. This has been I agree with Councilmember Mellinger. This is a fantastic item, especially with all the time that I've spent either, 20 years working, giving feedback for this project, but since I've been mayor on the successor agency representing the Cities Association of Santa Clara County for the Redevelopment Oversight Committee, it's been difficult to see that a few other cities have finally wound down their redevelopment, and we hadn't been seen to making progress. For us, it's in the county's best interest because ultimately all the oversight costs were having to be borne anyway by that redevelopment agency. So it was an ongoing cost of time for staff and time for the actual cost of that monitoring. It's the remediation, it's the ongoing monitoring, and as Councilmember Mellinger said, it's not being in control of a portion of our downtown. And so to me, this is a critical step forward, and I just want to thank staff, our legal staff and the city manager for continuing these negotiations with the county. It is an important, trying to rationalize with them. And as we know, working with the county isn't the easiest thing to do. But ultimately seeing that it's in their best interest to transfer it to us, for us to undertake that risk of remediation and, ultimately then working, at the downtown level with City Line on the best use going forward for these projects. But to me, kudos for staff for getting this across the line. It's been years of negotiation and happy to see this now and happy to hopefully see it sometime soon at the successor agency, redevelopment successor agency. So am very much in favor of this. And I also want to thank City Attorney for a very comprehensive history. I've been here for 36 years and have seen a lot of that transition, but a lot of this was done, in the 70s and before, and, the contamination, earlier than that. So happy to see this finally coming forward. I think that there would be many past council members of this council that would be, would be really happy to see that we are finally in control of those parking garages. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with agency members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And now is there a motion for the successor agency? Authority Vice Chair Sell.
Motion to approve alternative 2 for the successor agency, adopt the resolution in the attachment 2 to the report to approve the compensation agreement in attachment 3 to the report to allow the transfer of certain properties used in the public for the public parking from the successor agency to the city, and authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the compensation agreement.
Thank you. Authority Member Mellinger. Second. To your motion.
I want to add that it's just wonderful that our staff has followed this through, work with the county, come up with this compensation agreement. And as was said before by the mayor and Councilmember Mellinger, that we now control our destiny for downtown. We have huge events downtown like every few weekends, and there are thousands and thousands of people that come to our downtown and to our retails, enjoy like the downtown fairs that we have, and these garages make that possible. In addition, we have so much new housing and going to have more retail and more housing and more development. So just great, the forethought that the Sunnyvale leaders had to invest and to partner in these garages.
Thank you. Happily supporting the motion. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with agency members Cisneros and Lay absent. And that is to note that your last motion was the city council. I misspoke and called you all agency members. Your minutes will correctly reflect each individual's position for each motion.
Thank you very much. With that, the joint city council and successor agency to the redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned at 10:17 p.m. Let's reconvene to the city council meeting. Our next item is item 25-0902, adopt resolutions. 1, paying and reporting for value of CalPERS, EPMC, and 2, amending the salary resolution, remove EPMC and revise the schedule of pay to increase salary ranges for pay plan category F, unclassified department directors. Is there a staff report?
There is, Mayor. Thank you. Can I have the PowerPoint, please? Got one. Okay, thank you. Just very briefly here, this is a partially an annual adjustment that we do to director ranges, but also this year we're also changing the employer paid member contribution for pensions. So just a quick brief background. City participates in CalPERS, which provides employees with a defined benefit upon retirement, a pension benefit. There are 2 categories, safety and miscellaneous. Pensions are funded by contributions from both employees and the city, so an employee contribution and an employer contribution. And just as a side note, over half of pension benefits that are paid are funded by investment returns from CalPERS. So that's why they've gotten into financial issues in the past when investment returns don't meet their expectations. City currently pays a portion of classic employees, and I'll get into the tiers, CalPERS contributions. So that's known as the employer paid member contribution. So that's where the city's paying part of the employee's contribution. There are two tiers for both classic and for both miscellaneous and safety. For miscellaneous, the contributions for classic are either 7% of pay or 8% of pay, and for safety, they are 9% of pay. For classic employees, the city pays 4% of that for miscellaneous and 6% for safety. The employee pays the remaining amount. For PEPRA members, PEPRA is the Public Employee Pension Reform Act. That is for employees that were hired in 2013 or later, so January 1st, 2013 or later. Those employees, their member contribution is 7.5% for miscellaneous and 12.75% for safety. And the city is prohibited under that law for paying any of the employees' share of pension contributions. Why the change? So the city originally years ago agreed to start paying EPMC as during the, mostly happened during the Great Recession, in an effort to do that instead of pay salary. So with classic employees and PEPRA employees, what we can't pay for PEPRA employees. So giving paying for part of the pension contribution for classic employees was a diminishing expense for the city. So it actually made sense over a 20-year planning period to do that, knowing that eventually we would have this disparity between employees, which is what the equity portion of why we're making this change is, because now we have a majority of PEPRA employees and we want to be fair to all employees. So that's part of the reason that we're doing it. And also just consistency across the organization and transparency for the public. The impact of EPMC removal on directors and the city manager. So on effective December of this year for both category F employees, which are the executives, and myself, I follow the executive benefits. We'll pay category F employees will pay the full CalPERS employees share. So either 7% to 9%, depending on whether they're miscellaneous or safety employees. No change to PEPRA employees. So they will continue because we couldn't pay in the first place. So there's no change for them. Moving now to the salary range adjustments for directors. Our pay philosophy has been to maintain equity by aligning category F for director employees with Public Safety Managers Association employees. Public Safety Managers Association employees track with Public Safety Officers Association. That linkage does not apply to the city manager. That pay range is determined by council through an individual employment contract. This year, Public Safety Managers Association received an 11.02% increase as a result of the changes to the Public Safety Officers Association contract. The Public Safety Officers Association survey returned a 6.75% salary, and I won't get into the details about how you get from there to the 11%. Suffice to say that I'm recommending that we only adjust the category F directors by 6.75%. That's going to de-link director salaries with PSMA salaries for this period, for this year. So lower salary range adjustment. So there's going to be some compaction between captains and deputy chiefs and directors. Note that changing the salary range does not necessarily equal an automatic increase in pay for any individual director. That is decided individually by myself. So the recommendation is to remove EPMC for category F employees and the city manager effective December 21st of 2025. That's the first pay period, full pay period for 2026. And then revise salary ranges for category F with a 6.75% increase to the range. And that concludes my staff report, available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have several questions from council. First up is Councilmember Bellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Does the city attorney enjoy EPMC benefits?
I do.
So is that going to be on the doc and your assistant city attorneys as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that going to be on the docket at some point as a separate item, or what are we?
Yeah, and
Likely, yes.
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't address sort of the general philosophy. I skipped over that part, but there are several groups still that receive, that the city pays EPMC. City attorneys are one, and the actual city attorney. By the way, nice job on the last agenda item. We don't get to hear the city attorney present an agenda item I'll lead one very often, so we're going to note that as a nice accomplishment. But the other groups are the Sunnyvale Managers Association and Local 21 Classic employees, and those units still get paid EPMC, and we have bargaining coming up with them coming forward. The city attorneys, I believe, if I recall correctly, I think Tina's still here, yep, follow the Sunnyvale Managers Association benefits. I think I'll ask Tina to come up and talk about how the city attorney benefits are determined.
Hi, Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources. The salary resolution, which is on our city's website, outlines the different categories that are assigned to each benefit section. The city attorneys are unrepresented management. They follow, for the most part, the benefits that are in our Sunnyvale Managers Association, but not always. And our city attorney follows, per her contract, the benefits that are afforded to the attorneys. So it's a little bit nuanced on that. Sunnyvale Managers Association will go into contract negotiations in 2027. In 2026, we'll be negotiating with Sunnyvale Employees Association, IFPTE Local 21, as well as SEIU. And so those are the other groups that are remaining.
Got it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And with that, no further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. On the salary range adjustments, maybe this question's for Tina. Do we do regular compensation studies comparing other cities?
We do regular compensation studies. We have not done them for our executive team for a number of years because our pay philosophy has been tied to internal pay increases for our public safety officers. Our public safety officers do have an annual salary survey, as well as our Communication Officers Association. As positions become vacant, they become harder to fill. Occasionally, we will do a compensation study related to that. We just recently completed a classification and compensation study for all of our management classifications. You'll see more of that result coming forward. I believe September 30th, you had job title changes as a result of that classification and compensation study.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. In the RTC, there was a huge discussion about schedule of pay adjustment of directors. Some 22% or deputy chief gets 20% above the minimum and all those things. Is that part of the discussion, or that is left to the city manager?
I believe you're referring to the compensation philosophy section.
Recommended schedule of pay adjustments.
Yeah, so that the salary range adjustments are as identified in the staff report. The actual pay depends on performance and merit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That was all of council questions. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Srinivasan. Mike.
I move staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
Second.
Thank you. To your motion.
It makes sense. Please vote yes.
Vice Mayor Sell.
thank you to staff for working this through and making sure that our staff is compensated well and continues to reward their good work with this compensation adjustments.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. Next are council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Vice Mayor Sell.
So I attended a VTA workshop in which board members came and staff presented the plan for BART Silicon Valley Extension. And they said that we had a peer review from other agencies across the country to look at the Silicon Valley BART extension. And they all those peers from all these other agencies all over the country basically said that we're going in the right direction. So the VTA directors gave approval for the staff to go forward with a section of building a tunnel for the BART extension. So that was good. That was about it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. I attended Valley Water Commission. Though I am alternate director, I am attending all these meetings. But one of the agenda items was consultant's report on water demand elasticity and then its effect on the future price water costs to the retailers such as ours. So during that discussion, I raised the point that the Valley Water Board had approved 9.9% increase every year, and then asked them about the Pacheco Reservoir project being not going through, what would be the effect of that on our water rate. The good news here is our water rate will not be 9.9, it will be 9.6 for the next 4 years, and then about 6% for the subsequent years. So that's the update from Valley Water Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move to non-agenda items and comments. Any from council? Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, and thank you for sending the email on this. A day or two ago, the Mercury News ran a report around the difficulty that agencies providing food to senior citizens are facing in the current economic climate, and cited a specific program that operates in the Sunnyvale Senior Center that is operated by funded by the county. I was wondering if you could give a brief update to the public on what we're doing there and the situation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, council member. The Mercury News ran an article about, I think, stagnant or declining funding for senior nutrition programs across the Bay Area, and coupled with increasing demand. And I think it was tied loosely to the federal government cuts that are shut down. The city run, so sorry, let me pull up my notes here just a second. The city, the article cited a program that is run at the Sunnyvale United Methodist Church, which is a senior nutrition program there that's funded by the county. The city runs its own separate programs. One senior lunch program is funded by fees, by charging for the seniors for lunch at a very low rate. I think it's $5 or $6 per lunch. And then some of the other ones are funded by grants, and I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So we've got The senior center lunch program serves about 82 to 90 meals a day at the senior center, so 21,000 meals a year. And that is $5 for residents and $6 for non-residents, or $25 for a $5 meal, for a 5-meal card. The participants pay directly for those meals. There's no cost to the city for that. We also have another senior lunch program that is funded by SourceWise grant funding that we provide the venue for. That is about $1,000 a month in rent, which is heavily subsidized. That's also at the senior center. There's another SourceWise grant program that helps with evidence-based fitness programs and provides meal kits for making their own meals. And then there's Marie Bernard spoke during public comment earlier this evening about CDBG funding that goes to Sunnyvale Community Services in the amount of $41,000 in CDBG money and $150,000 in CDBG COVID funds that are still hanging out there to fund some of their food programs. And lastly, human services grants. We do give almost $40,000 to that United Methodist Church program also, in addition to their SourceWise funding. We funded a legal assistance program for seniors, and we fund Meals on Wheels program run by Loaves and Fishes to the tune of $40,000 currently. So a variety of programs. We haven't heard that those programs are experiencing funding challenges at the time now, but we are closely monitoring those and we'll continue to do that. I would anticipate, just for council and the public's benefit, that we are in a very volatile period here with federal funding, with general funding. Even when the government isn't shut down, the federal government is changing their funding models, changing their requirements for funding, what they're focused on. So I would encourage us all to remain steadfast in our approach, calm and analytical and responsive as community needs arise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll just add one comment. I just want to thank staff for the Frunk Retreat event. I think that was one of the best EV attended events that we've had. So conceivably, not just focusing on EVs, not that's tiresome, but definitely I think a lot of families came by and riding electric bikes. I think it was more than what we normally do, is kind of meet the EV owners and have a food truck. And I think that made it a great event. But I just want to thank the city manager and all the ESD staff that was able to find partners to come in and create a great event last Saturday. So thank you for that. City manager, do you have any non-agenda items or comments?
I'll just thank the Sunnyvale Downtown Association for hosting the pet parade this past weekend, which was the Halloween pet parade, which is always fun. And thank the mayor for being there to help give out the awards and celebrate. So, and that's it for me.
Okay. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 10:38 p.m. Thanks to everyone who participated. Have a great evening. Good night.